I'm still getting used to.
It's hard.
But we started. Welcome back, everybody. I'm glad to see you guys again. Summertime. Things getting a little weird. But here we are, second session, finally on the other side of this. We got someone melting in a car, so let's not waste any time. Someone tell me what happened last time.
Yes. All right. So last time we continued our engagement with the people from the Mirror portal. Decided to push the fight to them, and kind of got ambushed. Nikolai came down and made it. We fended off the ambush and killed most of the hostiles that were coming towards us, and the rest of the party aided from a distance once they were within range. However, there was just 3 too many, and they got to Nikolai. They got to Kenna, and then Nikolai came down to protect her body as she was unconscious. Kenna came back up to 1 HP for the Nikolai to go down, and without resources to pull Nikolai back up from unconsciousness safety, chose to defeat the remaining foes, which was a lot easier for her to do. However, it was not within time, and once the combat succeeded, when she went to go get Nikolai, he was already making his way into the afterlife. And then after that, and the rest of the party made their way down. There were several attempts to try and resuscitate him, and in between those attempts, we got to be witness to some really heart-touching RP moments between Nikolai, Thrix, having these like existential conversations. Yeah, it was pretty good. If you missed it, you should go watch it. It's good role playing. And I used Kenna did her praying to Mistune not to revive him, because that would for the most part go against her stance of belief, but to protect his soul. And Nikolai chose to go with her instead of what we all would have assumed was being put into servitude by his own matron. And that is kind of where we left off.
Yep. Anybody got anything else?
We went into the portal. Well, when
yes.
Edelweiss and Lars went to the portal, Lars immediately took out Spiny Boy. Edelweiss took out the anchor holding down the portal, and they got out pretty much unscathed, or nothing bad happened inside. So we have solved that problem. Of course, there are many other boys running around in the plains, but not yet.
And Thrix is now in the body of Nikolai.
Yep.
Because Nikolai trusted them.
Important inclusion. Thank you. But Kenna and Edelweiss both take another point to a maximum of 3.
Yay.
Yes.
And that is where we pick back up. You all are in the area where this altercation has occurred. The remnants of many of these creatures kind of just splayed onto trees from their death throes when they explode. There's this unnerving realization that you've lost Nikolai, but at the same time, his body is standing right there. And there's always these moments of separated anxiety going, we've lost someone, and then seeing him out of the corner of your eye and going, wait, no, it's not true, he's fine. And then the reality crashes back in. The snowfall is soft. and the road lies ahead of you. Is there any you guys want to maybe consider taking a rest? Or anything that needs to be done?
Move out of this stinky place, which I am assuming this place is now.
It does not smell great.
If no one else is gonna say anything, then otherwise we'll again try taking a deep breath and look at the group and then back at Fricks. Specifically, we're going to have to, I suppose, consider a few things now that Fricks is within Nikolai's body. I mean, after all, unfortunately for you, Fricks, I don't know if having a peaceful life is going to be easy, considering that, let's see, between the beasts, the rogue, and the two beings that me and kind of are lied to all know about you now, I suppose. And if no one, I feel like if anyone. Wait, Dyer, quick question, because you said you were gonna use a voice mod before, but
I'm
wasn't
not.
working. Does Fricks have Nikolai's voice, or
No.
was that like the effect? Okay.
He does not have Nikolai's voice. He speaks still in his own voice, one that is slightly less raspy.
Yeah. It'd be easier if you at least sound the same. I suppose pretending you have amnesia as Nikolai would be a good strategy if anyone recognizes you. I don't think anyone has a problem with that. I mean, Nikolai's body is rather beaten up, so it wouldn't be too hard to assume.
I do not know how well my impersonation of Nikolai would hold up, even with amnesia. And besides, I had no intention of lying to individuals as to who or what I am.
That'll only bring more trouble upon you, though. If you think that title bearers did kill you, then
I would be dead already. If they sought my end, they would have consumed me long ago. When Nikolai was still very much alive, and I was only a fragment inside of his body. We have witnessed an apparition of one of the beasts appear. Ratri herself appeared nearby to take Nikolai's soul, and under neither circumstance did they deem me important enough to remove me.
Because you don't hold your power anymore.
Yes.
well, as long as people who might be looking for you aren't looking for you, which they will be if they're still around. I suppose that's the only there's.
I suspect anyone between here and our destination will be inconsequential, as many of the people you have met so far have been.
And there's no point in lying to Nikolai's family about this.
No, when it comes to the Overguard family, I planned on being completely honest.
Oh, no, I meant mainly to anyone else we encountered. Overguards need to find out at one point. Anyways, it is... They did lose their son after all, so... I would imagine... I wouldn't work out anyways.
They will know by the end of the day. I suspect the sister, Krista, will have contacted Nikolai at some point. I believe I will maintain that connection that she has with him. I will inform her when that next conversation occurs.
I hope she's alright after this.
I
Sounds
suspect
like
she
a
won't be.
blast.
We should probably at least move somewhere less terrible than this specific area.
We're going to continue forward. And you're going to solve this plague upon the land as we move to Stenholm.
Are you able to move well, Frix?
I am more than capable of walking down the road, although I have a slight pain in my right ankle.
If you need to, I'll carry you.
No, I am still more than capable of carrying myself. Thank you.
Alright then. Let's move then.
I will say before we start moving, as I notice Lara's kind of like walking up that hill again. Everyone needs to understand that with Nikolai dead, we need to worry less about how Trix is going to end up and how the rest of us are going to be targeted. You realize that they're going to look at us for why he died. They're going to look at you, looks at Edelweiss. They're going to look at me, and they're going to look at Gwen, the one paid to keep him safe.
And I do hope they don't figure out who Lars is, because that would also be a problem.
Well, it could be, but that is less important because I don't believe she frankly knows that Lars is involved with Nikolai at this point. But she does know that the least of us three were with him. And we're going to be traveling with him and is supposed to take care of him. She knows why you were there before any of us did. Or she knew that you were supposed to be there. She had a disagreement with Nikolai wanting to have me help him. And she's the one who entrusted Nikolai to Gwen. So if there's going to be any problem, it's not that Thrix is in Nikolai's body. It's that Nikolai has died and the three of us are alive. So I would worry about us before worrying about him.
Oh dear. Nikolai even had a problem that I was not actually working with him, but everyone else might. I don't know how much I can keep up an act against very, very smart people.
Considering she can apparently talk through minds, probably not going to last long against her.
She didn't do before. I could have kept done it before.
Why are you here? I mean, you were tasked to bring Thrix back to whoever you work for, except he's here now, and I don't believe he's having any inclination to go anywhere, especially given what just unfolded.
I have an inclination to go to Stenholm, actually.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Yes.
We'll talk.
Personal matters, I suppose. Also, if I
Insight check.
have to be honest, I was about to say, you sit down, Owl.
I will not. I'm already sitting.
You sit down double. I
Okay.
suppose my master did say they were going to make an offer to Frix. However, whether they choose or not, nothing bad will happen. They don't operate with forcing people, blackmail. So that's up to Frix. And I don't think they'll take the offer. And if they don't, nothing bad will happen anyway. So again, it is more of a personal matter. And I suppose seeing this through. Like, make your insight check, Owl. Was I muted the entire time? Please
Nope.
don't tell me I was
No.
You're fine.
muted. Oh god.
21.
Pretty good.
Oh,
If
right, I
you're
gotta
a-
roll.
Yeah, if you're attempting to hide anything, Edelweiss, make a deception check. If you have more or less been honest and you're trying to make a point, make a persuasion check.
What's disadvantage? 10. It's weird because it's like honesty, but also I'm so exhausted and it's just gonna be bad rolls anyways. Which I find amusing. It was your 21 on a disadvantage. I
Yeah.
say, having done that before, exactly.
Gwen just. We'll see.
Either way, Kenna's like got her backpack up and grabbed Pyre. It doesn't matter why any of us were here to begin with. Now it matters why we're staying. I'm still going to follow through with my deal with Nikolai, even though he's died. Which
I know
means,
too much.
at first, helping Lars. And then
Very
it's
unfortunate.
trying to make sure that his family doesn't kill me.
I lied to the one person who could honestly probably do anything about me. Sorry. Sorry about that. I lied to the one person
You were
for
breaking
who
up,
could-
Al. I didn't hear anything you said.
Sorry, I'm trying to hook up. Just ignore me. Forget I said.
Well, I understood all of that.
Did she cut off? I thought she said everything. Oh.
Quick, someone else pick up the beat.
So after Lars, then why are you staying at Elias?
Did I not say I had a personal matter?
Why are you staying? You're not traveling with me if you're going to keep a secret like that. Because I will not protect you if I don't know why you're here. And I will not trust you to watch my back if I don't know why you're here.
I was gonna tell you later. I don't want to talk about it, alright?
That's not how you keep a group together. We are all relying on you in some way. You are relying on us to look after you. You want to keep secrets. That's not how you keep good bonds.
Please stop. I really don't. I'm dealing with a lot right now. I really don't want to talk about this specific thing, okay? I don't. It's a personal matter. I just... have to ask for something.
He's walking down the road, by the way.
Yeah.
He's just started. He's leaning on Nikolai's staff, and he's just started down the road. He's like 50, 60 feet away already.
Nikolai had a staff?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
He baseball
Yeah.
batted a lot of invisible
that is
orbs
true.
around.
That is.
Yeah.
That is true. He did.
Mhm.
I did describe it. If you need a reminder of what it looks like, it's a black wooden staff with a silver end at the top.
Very pretty.
Okay.
Gwen glances over at Kenna. Then back to Edelweiss. Keep your secrets then.
I will.
And it turns and follows up to Lars to try and catch up eventually as he makes his way to the top of the hill.
One follows after Thrix just to slow him down for a second.
I'll tail on behind everyone.
I mean, easy enough for everyone to do. You guys aren't not everyone's at a running pace, so those of you that want to catch up can do so without any problem.
I know Lars can't run because there's still plant growth all the way up the hill. He's slowly making his way. Let's call out Lars.
Hmm?
We're going to keep going down this road. Did you leave anything up there?
No, just lost in thought.
I understand that. Go ahead, keep going.
No, he's just he sort of like stands near a tree and just like puts one hand up against it and he's kind of just like fidgeting around a bit, but then looks back towards the group and then looks at Kenna in a kind of like a somber expression of loss but anger as well.
Let me see. Can Kenna tell that your kind of anger is stemming from the fact that you didn't get all the answers you needed from Nikolai before he died? Is that something that Kenna would know, not just me? Do I need to roll for that? That's a part I don't know how much of that was shared in in-person roleplay compared to what I was reading.
The only times I think there was mentioned that that Lars' estate was staying with Nikolai because Krista was helping investigating that. You wouldn't have known if it had got any further, I don't believe, because that was we went back to the town and that's when it was mentioned. So you wouldn't know that. But aside for that, I mean, you can probably see it on his face that he's probably more angry with himself than anything.
Okay.
Rather than angry at the situation that he's in, because he feels, from what you've probably felt from what he's been saying and the way that he's sort of, every time he looks at Nikolai, you can tell it's like he's it's like the complete opposite of taking pride in something. It's like the total abjectness of, I did that over there, that was my fault.
Guilt?
Very much so.
I'm like, there's a name for that.
Well, you can stay lost in thought as long as you come this way with us. And don't go wandering off into the woods alone.
I plan on it. I'm not going to stay here. Stinks. And he'll start wandering off towards the road.
Kenna's gonna walk with Lars. And we'll all make our way back to the road.
Mm-hmm.
And when we hit the road, out of, trying to watch our footing and wade through this 3 to 4 foot tall, basically just shrub, which I had experience with 3 days ago, was not fun. You ever walk through bushes and you never put your foot on the actual ground? You're just stepping on bush. That sucks.
Yep.
Yeah. We'll get to the road and walk and just kind of like just to Lars, since we're not with the whole group, just goes, well, I don't know what you found out, or where you weren't able to find out, but I'm sticking with my deal that I had with Nikolai, and in doing so, we'll help you with anything you need help with when we get back to your home.
Thank you, Kenna. I can tell you for a fact that the person who owns my estate is my sister.
Well, if they try to involve their type of fire, I can tell you that I'll put it out for you.
It would probably be fighting fire with fire. She's kind of hot-headed herself.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
She will give you one if she's in the mood.
And we just kind of just chuckles and keeps walking with Lars.
Lars is like super serious. Like you're just
think
you can have a
Lars-
hiccup, but Lars is just like
I think Lars just set Kenna up on a date.
A violent one, maybe?
Yeah.
Wake up and choose violence.
A Trena?
Alright, I guess we'll make our way down the road.
Mm-hmm.
I will let you know Kenna's dead serious about killing any of these Murker creatures.
Yep.
So the moment that there's a sign of one, or the moment that she hears something, or there's like one rushing off into the distance or whatnot, like that's what she's paying attention to. Otherwise, she's just kind of blindly following the road, but she's really looking out for those.
Yep. All right. Well, you guys will eventually reconvene back on the road at slightly different points. Eventually, the group, kind of falling back in line together. Contrary to any of the wounds that the body has taken, Thrix is very pointedly at the front, and is only slowed down enough by Gwen to make sure everyone else kind of eventually catches up as well. Otherwise, he seems eager to continue on the trip. Despite everything you've just faced, returning to the road and cresting the next hill and beginning on your way down seems to leave behind you a lot of what you just experienced. The thoughts of the creatures from the murk running rampant are less obvious when you just kind of take in once more the natural beauty of the duchy. It's still quite cold, but you've gotten used to it living in an abandoned fort for some time. You continue on for about another 2.5, 3 hours. The snowfall remains about the same.
Can I ask what time of day it is by now?
After
Those 2-3 hours?
That is a great question. Let me consult my calendar.
Okay.
It is approximately 2:30.
Okay. So we still actually have some sunlight left.
Yeah, you've got about another 2 hours of sunlight.
All right, cool.
It will begin.
Thank you.
Yeah. The sun will begin setting in about 2 hours, and then you've got about 30 minutes of daylight left at that point.
Is there, because calendars are a thing of civilized people, is there a roll I can make for Canada just to kind of think of how long winter is left? Like how long of, winter is still to come?
Yeah, straight up nature check, yo.
What's my mod? 1 second. Oh, okay. Okay. Whew. Not bad. 12 total.
Not terrible. The coldest part of winter, you're currently kind of traipsing through. Next month, it starts to get warmer. The first signs of spring are about 30 days away. AKA next month, you start to see temperatures. The lowest temperatures you begin to see are, hang on, let me do
like
my
the highest temperatures right now.
yeah, well, actually conservatively even better than that. Let me do some casual conversions real fast. The lowest you'll get next month is probably about 45.
Easy.
With the
Alright.
highest pushing closer to like 70.
Ooh, that's like summer.
Yeah, it gets warm. It gets warm. Much more manageable than what it has been. And it's also been a especially brutal winter.
Is that just because? So this is outside of Kenna, but is that kind of heat related to the fact that we've moved out of the mountain range and closer down to a valley as we keep traveling?
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool.
Okay. As I said, after about 3 hours or so, traveling down this road, it's been quiet. The occasional whisper of a wind kind of cresting through and cutting through this pathway that you guys are traveling on. What is the rough marching order we're working with?
I'm right behind Thrix.
Kenna's actually going to be in the back.
If Kenna's actually dedicated back, I guess Edelweiss will be in front of Kenna. I guess seconds in back.
Kenna's basically keeping Lars next to her / in front of her.
Okay, I guess I'm in the middle then. Right?
Mainly because Kenna has no idea where we're going. Technically, she's just following a road, so she's following other people who have an idea of where we're going.
Does that track for Lars?
Yeah, Lars will be in front of Kenna.
Okay, so we're gonna.
Otherwise, would have stayed behind, but it seems like everyone else wants to be behind, so
Looks
we'll just take.
like that.
Well, Kenna's run to the front too many times to be not followed, so you can see how Kenna's going to not have anyone behind her.
Mm-hmm. Okay. In which case, I would like Gwen to make a perception check.
Okie dokie. I'm not gonna lie to you, the converter that I have in my car likes to chirp a lot. I don't know why, so if you hear it, that's what it is.
Well, I don't hear anything.
Oh. That's a natural 20.
Nice.
We
2?
You have to roll a disadvantage still.
Yeah, you
I'm gonna
exhausted
throw this thing out the window.
dog person.
You said perception?
Yep.
Okay. It doesn't like it when the car is not on.
I bought a spinny stool, y'all, so like if you see me doing that, I'm just
Second roll was a 17.
That's still pretty good.
So
Damn,
apparently
that's really good.
my risk of having a heat stroke makes my dice very high.
Just don't throw it out of the car. It might melt to the It might melt to the asphalt.
Don't put it in any direct
I'm
sunlight
about to
either.
Yeah. Total 30-20. Shush.
Okay.
Hold on.
Between you and Thrix, at the head, you notice, again, you've been traveling, it's been just uninterrupted silence for a while. Not too much is really going on. You see the occasional kind of, 2 or 3 birds kind of fly by. But you've not noticed a whole lot of wildlife. A noticeable absence of it. And generally, with your experience so far in the last couple of weeks, that's been very
fucking
bad.
crystal.
Except kind of at the tail end of this, you do notice 3 or 4 of those creatures, the rot fiends, running on all 4s like wolves, kind of darting in between the trees on the eastern side of the road. And they're just they don't notice you, but they're very rapidly moving along the road as if with purpose. And given their general speed, you know it will be next to impossible to actually keep up to them, but you do know that they are heading somewhere in the direction you are also going.
I quietly call that out to Kenna specifically, and well, I guess the rest of the group. But I am not going to make any attempt to get their attention or follow them.
Well, so do you kind of know about them?
Yes. Oh, Jesus.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
I don't like that look on your face.
What are you
This
talking
is-
about?
You want to
This-
kind of
this-
tell.
See, this is where I just believe Kenna is Hargi, but with flame powers. I will totally
no.
believe Hargi would have just a tiny flame in his eye right now.
Oh no, he absolutely does. And she absolutely is.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Kyle's really just a big Nordic woman on the inside.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I mean,
I would believe
kinda.
With an
that.
axe.
Yeah, I believe that.
Are we all?
I wish.
Oh, no.
So, real quick, I
Mhm.
get alerted. Can I see them after they get pointed out?
A glimpse. It's
glimpse.
it's very brief because of how quickly they're moving.
From our engagements, we've had 2 of them now. Would I have an understanding of how fast they move?
Make again, I like fun checks. Make a history wisdom check.
I
If
mean,
you
I just
don't
rolled a
have
natural
history,
17, so
pretty good. At the very least, +4.
my history is a normal 2. Yeah, wisdom's a +4. I was 21.
Okay. Yeah. You have a pretty good gauge on how quickly these things can move. About 50 feet in 6 seconds, or 100 feet if they are sprinting.
Easy. I can catch them.
Did
Kenna
Kenna
is
just-
going to say out loud, but we can't let them get away. And I wild shape into a warhorse.
Okay.
Because warhorses move at 60 feet.
I believe that tracks.
So,
Mm-hmm.
How is Kenna looking after that?
this time she
Like a
has
horse.
stated an idea of what she's doing, and I have turned into a warhorse. If anyone is going to mount me, it is now. Otherwise, I am going to take off at a dash speed.
I'm gonna try.
Lars just sees this, puts hand on the Kenna horse, and just says, "There is no point in trying to fight these things. We'll be fighting them later. There's no point in trying to chase them."
I'm already a horse, but if they're moving with purpose, it means they're
Hey.
chasing something else.
You really think we are in condition to fight?
I'm already a
said
horse. I didn't
species?
actually get to tell you that.
Impulsive.
She is a horse.
Yeah.
You all agreed to this, so we might as well.
Angry
I
hoof
mean-
hoof stomp.
With,
Okay,
I mean-
okay. Can I use my animal handling to get the gist of what Ken is doing?
You don't need to understand that. Oh, look, creature is running away. Oh, look, really fast horse. You know what Ken is intending to do, which is chase after them. I'm not even gonna let you don't even need the roll. It's painfully obvious. Kenna's very assertive, and Kenna has stated, if she said earlier, if she sees any more, she's gonna go deal with them.
A very
And the warhorse had actually. This would be a really good thing to note. Lars would know this because of his military service. I'm hoping. Sorry, you can say yes or no. The reason I chose a warhorse is not only because of speed, but because they have trampling charge.
I mean, yeah, Lars will be able to recognize the much
Yeah.
broader, thicker build of a warhorse. Which, honestly, he probably just really thinks is just what Kenna looks like as a normal horse, but yeah, it's all the same, really.
So with Lars holding up a palm to the horse, quickly looks in the direction where those things are running, and has this sort of thing of the head of oh, here I go again, doing something I really don't like doing, just jumping
So-
into it.
Is Lars going to try and mount me, or are we going to have Gwen? This is going to be interesting. Lars is next to me. I'm just saying.
I mean, I'm just gonna say that Lars is literally just gonna. It's like he's sick and tired of overthinking things and all this, like everything needs to be done now by people is kind of, it's infuriating for him to think of. So he's just accepted it, and he's literally just gonna start like getting on Kenna, unless there's any sort of.
You.
I gave people literally like maybe 5-6 seconds to determine something, and I'm taking off at a dash.
You.
Also attempting to get on the horse.
This is your
So
call, Dyer.
Too,
Otherwise,
right?
after you figure out this, she's dashing.
yeah, no, I'm fine with. It's more of both of you attempting to get onto the warhorse. You have a choice to make. If
have no
you
saddle.
expect Kenna, I mean, that's your own problem to deal with when a warhorse starts dashing 120 feet. We're going to deal with that after, because there are checks for that. In order for both of you to successfully get onto this horse and for Kenna to keep moving at full speed, you both are more or less smart enough, having lived a life of mercenary work and soldiering, that there's no way both of you can ride this horse with all of your equipment and let Kenna keep running at full speed. You have to drop pretty much everything but your weapons on the ground where you are in order to get on and keep riding. Otherwise, you will overburden the horse. So you have that split-second choice to decide.
As Lars gets up, he wheels around and throws his backpack at Gwen.
Gwen's
So
already on
fast.
the horse and her backpack is on the ground.
Oh,
Well, Lars is actually next to Kenna, but we'll just point that out.
So.
Ow, fuck. Sorry.
It wasn't your cat, so who was it this time?
Oh, it smashed my knee on my desk. Keep going.
Well, so
Which
order of
is
events
sick,
is
man.
Lars gets onto Kenna, throws pack at Gwen. Kenna horse is raring to go. Gwen throws stuff to ground, also gets on horse.
My throw would have been a tactical, like, if I throw this at Gwen, that gives me enough time for me and Kenna to go. It's literally a distraction ploy. It's like a whoop bag, go.
If you threw it at a less strong character, I would have a roll. You threw it at Gwen. A freaking like.
Can I bounce it back at him?
No.
Can I bounce it back at him?
No, we're not doing that because Kenna's going to leave with none of you. I mean, you can. I won't stop you. If you really want to, you can. Just understand that the repercussion is Kenna's going to leave with none of you involved.
Nah, that's fine.
Because Kenna ain't got time for this. And I know I realize I'm speaking for Kyle, but I just know. So
it's also case and backpack, like literally that,
Mhm.
literally case and backpack on the floor.
oh yeah,
Only taking what I
hits
need.
the stone. It hits the stony, snow-covered road. A bunch of bags hit the ground. It's Gwen and Kenna and Lars are going to begin riding away. Yeah, just follow up because what's Edelweiss doing?
Going to Fricks.
He's not stopped
Obviously.
walking. He's just still walking. He's never stopped. Like, oh, there was all this
Okay.
all this posturing. He just kept making his way down the road.
I will look back. Can I do a quick check to see if there's anything looks like important that they dropped?
Everything.
I don't.
Lars's gun case, all of Lars's equipment that he needs to survive in the wilderness.
I picked up Lars's gun case and follows Fricks quick.
Enough.
Maybe
Lars still has daggers, though.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows what will happen in the few seconds that we'll be fighting little guys.
Well, you
You don't
take
know
off.
where the raccoons are.
The important point to make is, given they were already at their sprinting speed when they were finally noticed, and then there was, of course, a little bit of a hubbub about arrangement, they were about 300 feet away. They were covering a lot of distance. They're very fast. and the terrain, because they're not on the road, they're running through the trees. The terrain does not seem to slow them down much.
I will say, if they all fall into my 120 range, I will snipe.
Yeah, they're nowhere near.
Yeah, I said if they ever.
So, Warhorse Kenna is going to begin charging, I take it.
And Kenna's running at the same speed as them?
No, fast.
120 feet.
120.
20 feet faster.
So, yeah, so, I mean, for the sake of it, there's about a 30-second gap that it takes running on the road for you guys to get level with these creatures that are running in a pack through the trees, leaving Edelweiss and Thrix in the dust. So again, we're not going to go into a proper initiative. So again, roughly 6 rounds will pass of you guys on the back of Kenna. The thing that's really important, Kenna, a druid who is not weirdly into BDSM, does not have any straps or saddles for you guys to be wearing. And this is a very large, powerful warhorse that is straight up galloping. I want both of you to make an athletics or an acrobatics check to see if you can actually just manage to stay on the horse.
That's gonna be an uncomfortable ride.
Oh yeah.
Easy peasy. You just grip with your thighs and you hold on to the mane. Or whoever's in.
Called this move the nutcracker.
Only one person gets the main, though. We
Just
call
like
this move the
snowboarding.
Nutcracker. I just heard that from music in the silence in the background.
That is a 21 for me.
Is it
Okay.
athletics or acrobatics?
Either. You get to pick.
That's a 19 total.
Okay. You both will do fine. You both have backgrounds for riding, so it is not unusual that you manage to sustain this, despite the slightly uncomfortable nature. Yeah. Well, I mean, and for Lars, it's slightly more uncomfortable because it's a much wider horse than you're used to riding. So you ever straddle something that's slightly too wide, you get that stretch in the deep thigh muscles. It's a little uncomfortable, and then it's of course every single like undulation is just getting worse. But you know your spite and your rage fuels you there. Eventually, as I said, you guys will become level with these creatures as Kenna is galloping. They're basically, now that you're up here, you can tell there are 5 of them. 3 to your right, 2 to the left. What do you guys want to do about it since you're sort of there? They don't seem to be stopping for your presence.
And is going to charge into the 2 on the left.
Okay.
It's an easier number to deal with initially.
Okay.
If
so
I'm able to actually charge into them, I am going to do the trampling charge.
Yeah, it's going to be a little tricky. I'm going to give them half cover because you're kind of veering into trees and rocks and just, uncomfortable terrain. But yeah, you definitely can. So let's open this up with Kenna with a trampling charge.
All right.
To make a
20 feet
hooves
straight
attack.
line. Yep. Make a hooves attack. Let's see. Let's go with the marble dice. What do I get? I got a +6 to hit. All right. That's a 15 plus 6 for 21.
Yeah, that'll hit.
So the hooves attack is 2d6 plus 4.
Yep.
So let's roll those. That is a 6 and a 3 for 9 plus 4 for 13.
Good.
And the one I hit has to do a DC 14 strength saving throw.
Yeah. I'm going to stop you there, Chief. You definitely kill it.
Okay.
Which is when I also need all 3 of you to make dexterity saves.
Jesus Christ.
And then because of the trampling charge, it's dead. It's not prone. Damn, I can only do an attack as a bonus action if it's prone.
Yeah,
okay.
no, it's very dead.
All right.
These things were never that dense.
I've rolled a. Where do I find dexterity
12 total.
saving throw?
13 for me.
So I used the dexes. I used the
horse's
dex.
Yep.
All right, I got a 14 total.
You will all
12,
succeed.
13, 14. Nice.
Their DC is very low. For 12, I rolled very average. 19 reduced to half. You will all take 9 points of damage as the creature explodes, showering the surrounding area in its just disgusting, just sticky, burning fluids.
Oh, great.
Yep.
Covered in sticky fluids.
And that are also burning.
I'm good.
Well, that's one of them.
Wait, was that a saving throw against poison? No, that is.
Not directly.
Okay. I have a question.
Yeah.
As Kenna is running into these things and running over them, can I lean over the side and take any swipes at them?
Yeah, that's what I was literally going to ask. Like, you and Lars are on the back of Kenna. Kenna literally just runs over one, and as you pass behind, it explodes behind you, just kind of showering you in its viscera that just is terrible and burny. But the other one is right nearby. So if you would like to take a sword swipe at it, you can.
I'm gonna try that. Attacks are not at disadvantage?
No, they are not. Normal, old.
Okay, that is 19 to hit.
Yeah, gonna hit.
One-handed. Okay, cool. It's an D8. 6 plus 4 for 10. And this is normal, so I'm gonna try it one more time. How does a 16 fare?
It hits.
Okay. 8 more damage.
Another dex save, please, from all of you.
Nice.
I
18.
don't really like that one as much. 12 total.
15 total.
You still all succeed. So you all take half. Another 9 points of damage.
Easy.
Lars comes off the horse.
As in he's unconscious?
Oh, yeah!
Explodes off to the side, and Lars just kind of, with the momentum and direction of it, just sort of falls off Kenna's back.
I also evacuate the horse.
Where's the words?
I'm not unconscious, but seeing Lars go down, I'm going to evacuate the horse.
In response to these attacks, the other 3 on the side of the road are going to turn onto you. And they're going to rush over and leap across the road with terrifying speed and force and jump on those closest. They're basically going to go after the horse and Gwen. Since, a fallen Lars is difficult to discern at first glance. So the first attack to hit Kenna Horse is a 16.
Hits.
For a whopping 7 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
How many hit points does Chorus have?
Well, the horse is no longer a horse after the 7.
I'm on a horse.
Gotcha.
It is now an angry Kenna.
How does Kenna handle the arresting momentum of going from full charge horse to normal self? Like, how does the body of Kenna?
An epic slide.
Yeah.
Just like forms back into Kenna and does a roll and stands up.
Terrifying.
Do a little bit of grappling with the rot fiend that basically landed on you and tackled you, and then you toss it off to your side. Standing up, it landing on on all fours and turning and hissing at you. The other 2 go after Gwen, but just shield ready, kind of just with one arm bats them both away. They land about 5 feet away and they turn ready to fight. So we're just going to go back to the top. We sort of have an unofficial initiative order. So Kenna, then Gwen, then Lars, and then back to the rock. So Kenna, what do you want
There's two of them. All right, so there's one, and are they all three in melee with me in melee range? Because
No.
Gwen jumped off, so okay.
2 are within swinging range. 1 is just out of.
But 2 of them are within swinging range of
Yep.
Gwen.
You got a nice little Venn diagram going.
I remember that they explode, and they only explode in a 5-foot radius.
Yep.
Are any of them gonna be an explosive range of Lars?
Yes.
2?
Yep.
Within 5 feet of Lars?
Yep.
That kind of changes things. I was really hoping it was like Lars, then Gwen, then Fiends.
Not that convenient.
That's a big bummer.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you see how this could be a pickle, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Big, delicious, crispy pickle. Yep.
All right, this is what we're gonna do. How far am I from Lars?
10 feet.
10 feet?
Yep.
But 2 of them are with melee range of me. If I moved to Lars, would I be taking 1 attack of opportunity?
Correct.
I'm gonna do it.
It will definitely, without hesitation, attack you and miss.
Yep. Okay. I'm going to then. I want to grab Lars's unconscious body,
Mm-hmm.
and I want to. I want to do the grapple movement where I spend my movement to the. I want to move 1 square away and then spin Lars away, so that we're both out of explosive radius.
Okay. Make an athletics check.
You got it. Natural 18. I don't even know what my mod is. It's +5, so 23.
Yeah, no problem. And then with powerful build in consideration, it's very easy to hoist Lars up in a somewhat graceful manner, kind of spin and rotate, and move yourself and Lars about 10 feet away.
Yeah. Before I do this, at a quick glance, how is Gwen looking?
Sweating profusely, but fine.
I want to use 1 inspiration point and cast Burning Hands.
Okay.
Fire.
Gonna really make Gwen sweat. Gotcha.
So I'm gonna need dex saving throws from all of them, including Gwen.
Yeah, nerd. Fail.
I love you guys, but I also hate you guys so much right now. Natural fucking 20, suck my dick, Kyle.
Language, young lady.
Yeah. Did they all fail?
Yes. Terribly.
All right, they all take 3d6 fire damage, which is a 5, a 2, and a 3, so 10.
Okay.
For Gwen, it'll be 5.
Not bad.
Now for the worst part. Hey, Gwen.
Yep.
I need you to make 2 dexterity saves.
18
Bess?
and a natural 1.
Failure. Well, let's see how this goes, yeah?
Yep.
10, 12, 16. You'll take 8 points on the first one.
Okay.
Let's see. 12. And 19 points on the second one.
So it was 8.
And then 19, it's a total of 27. As this wave of bright white fire washes out from Kenna's fingertips, burning these paper-skinned creatures violently, and they begin to bubble and expand and then explode upon their death, showering Gwyn in not only fire but flaming acid and viscera. And just what is the most unpleasant visual, and like just it smells the worst. It is the worst scent you've ever taken, especially Gwyn, who has hypersensitive sense of smell.
I'm pretty sure that does it for the forced Wolfie transformation, so I'm just going to go ahead and spend 2 inspiration points to nix that real quick.
Okay then, Chief.
And then I'm going to vomit. Free action to vomit?
No, there's no action cost there. You can vomit for free.
I need a really technical question,
Uh-huh.
Dyer. So Embo was still summoned on the field.
Yeah.
When I wild shape, does Emba disappear?
No.
Because they're. I need to roll a D8 for more fire damage. Then.
How long does he last?
3 hours.
Yeah. It's been more.
Well, 3 hours.
That,
3
right?
hours passed on the road.
All right.
Oh.
So never mind then. So Gwen can not
Take more damage. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But the creatures are now all dead. In a terrible, goopy pile of just mess in these tops of trees you stopped and murdered them in.
I'm going to walk over calmly, covered in viscera.
And a little bit of your own vomit.
Hoping the nice family who is over there getting their trip together doesn't hear me. And I'm going to heal Lars for 10 lay on hands points. And then I'm going to look at Kenna and continue looking at Kenna as I walk away to the snow to get all the viscera.
Does Gwen just drop down into a patch of clean snow and begin rolling around like a dog?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Just thought I'd ask that important.
Little bit of scrubbing later on to make sure she gets like out of the little
just handfuls of snow, just kind of getting a good scrub on. Yeah. I feel you.
But first, the quintessential roll.
When Lars comes back to Ken, I'll take a knee and go, I'm sorry.
Lars is like, Nicola. Yeah, you're sorry. Yeah.
They're done for, though. That is 5 out of the 18 that we let come into this world by our indecision.
Lars sort of wiping his head and just sort of says, I was hoping that going with you would have had a result where it would have shown that maybe more careful planning next time could be more advantageous. Kind of sits up and takes one breath in and just sort of just shudders slightly with the amount of awful stench going on around him.
And while I will agree with you always for that statement, in order to catch creatures as fast as that, you have to act now. We have 12 more to kill to make it right.
I understand. If I had the rifles, this would be way more easier, but unfortunately...
I know.
But what I won't do next time is I won't volunteer myself when I know that I will probably end up not being able to take a hit. And he sort of gets up, brushes himself off, and just says to Kenna, I know you find it easy to do the right thing. I find it hard to do that and make that split second decision. I have to plan. It's something I can't while I'm trying to. And he sort of gets confused and just sort of trails away and just goes, it doesn't suit my style.
I know.
I know
Well,
you
Gwen
know.
Gwen is there. Ken will just go. We have 12 more. And after those 12, it will feel right to take our time.
Let us push forward and get some rest, please. We need to get back to the others.
Of course.
Trix and Edelweiss.
Yes. And Kenna will stand up and start walking. Kenna will start jogging.
Before we do any reuniting, we're going to take our first break there, as requested by Owl, so Owl can have. We're going to do a couple of shorter breaks today. We're going to do multiple, like 5-10 minute breaks, pretty much every hour, so that way Gwen Owl does not die. So we're going to take our first break there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Come back around 35
just
past.
roll your. Yeah. Also, Owl, make sure you have your windows down. Like, it doesn't matter if the
Yes.
public hears you playing D&D. Just
Don't be ashamed of being a nerd.
Always have your windows down, ma'am.
get
Roll
fresh
the
air in
dice.
your car.
Also,
Roll the
91
dice.
degrees and the wind isn't blowing.
also
Roll the
make,
dice and flip them to bird.
make sure to keep them keep the dice out of direct sunlight and like move them
Alright.
around a bit so they don't melt.
Also,
while we
I just need to turn the car on.
go get a break. Yeah, if you turn your AC on, roll your windows up. But
I am just vibing, guys. Don't worry.
I was about to say, meanwhile, with Edelweiss and Trix, they have found a nice cafe and are having a good cup of tea.
during our break, I need to ask CJ if you don't need to step away.
I was just going to go check up on some things, but
Yep, that's
you
fine.
don't need
Just
all
real quick.
5 minutes. Yeah.
No, I just wanted to double check. I had kept a tally, I think, of when you said things. I thought you had said 18 of those things had come out of the portal while we couldn't make our decision to attack. Is that right, or is that too little?
Hang on, I have a note. This one I know I wrote down.
Okay.
Because I was going to have these things come back and be a problem for you later if you didn't keep track of them. So,
Me
hang
shaking
on.
hands is music.
It
Currently
could have
not.
been more, but something in
It
my
is
head
me.
was 18.
Let's just find the appropriate-
I'll be right back.
All right.
What the fuck? Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
No, you're
I'm
not.
sorry for the curse. No, it was just that my thing was not unmuting, and I said that, and the icon was still showing muted, and then immediately after unmuted. So that is why I cursed.
You're right. I have 18.
Hey,
Okay.
I did not mean
Yo,
to curse.
cool.
steel trap for a memory.
What time are we coming back, right quick?
35 past.
35? I guess I'm just gonna drive down the road and come back.
But of course, again, if you need a little wiggle time, take a little wiggle time. That's fine.
Okay. Yeah.
That being
I'm
said,
just gonna jump out a call because I'm gonna leave.
yeah, that's cool.
Yep.
We'll be right back.
No, just vibing. So what's up, guys?
We've got 12 more to kill.
It's like a catch-22 and juxtaposition at the same time of we're trying not to fuck around because we're trying to get somewhere, but at the same time I totally understand why Kenna would be like, I have to kill the rest of these things, and it's
I was like,
totally.
you guys are like,
It's
as soon
not-
as I did, I'm like, oh, you know, this is what this is gonna be, right? And like, and this
Well, the thing
happened
is,
that I didn't
Go
have to
ahead.
do anything because I couldn't do anything.
well, and that's the thing that's why Kenna made sure after the fact to end up explaining, which is it's not killing every single one we see. It's turning it into an even slate for the 18 that we let come into the world extra for our indecision. So there could be 30, 40 more of these things, 50 more of these things throughout the forest. But all Kenna cares about is making sure that those extra 18 are taken care of before we start taking our time and planning. Because those 18 are in this area. They're around here somewhere. They're along our path. And her plan is to make it even from when we got there. 12 more.
If only I had chuffing gunpowder. I have the bullets. I have the bullets, just no gunpowder.
You actually, I thought you needed the bullets, not the powder.
No, I made some. I've got iron ingots. I've made some.
Is the powder magical?
No, it's not.
It's just hard to make.
I thought the bullets were the thing that was hard to make.
Oh no, it was the powder.
Yeah.
He's been saying it, but yeah. Yes, just a reminder that I can't do anything if y'all keep charging ahead. Not that I don't think anyone cares in character.
I'm back.
That maybe Music's new character might care about me.
Just to reiterate, Hagi, so a lot of the guns that have normally been produced throughout the whole of Eldarth use like magic to fire the weapon, because my family was human. We developed a way of using the adamantite to use it to cause it to explode.
That's right. It's not normal type of gunpowder. I remember that now.
Also, isn't firearms like extremely new in this region of the world? Like they're sort of normal over on different continent, but not this one.
Yeah,
don't die over there.
That's why your whole family thing was so big, because your family was going to bring this to Eldarth kind. I mean, not Eldarth, but like forgot what this continent's called. Kind of.
Candrasa.
Candrasa, and then because of what happened, that never occurred, or the possibility of it spreading throughout Candrasa never occurred.
You don't know why my father decided to make guns.
I said that you might after
compensate.
I was saying that you're gonna produce things, so that would have been more of a thing in Candrasa, but since everyone died, presumably. I don't know what you're talking about, Steph.
I have these notes somewhere. Where did I save these notes? I saved some really important notes somewhere.
Also, how many creatures actually came out of the portal? Because I left before
18.
I was right.
Okay, you were right.
18.
Okay.
Oh yeah, out of the ones you guys didn't kill.
Yeah.
I wonder what Hargey's notes on me are now.
After I traveled to California, I stopped taking them. I stopped doing my journaling after I moved because it was just too much.
Fair. Considering you're out all day. Fair.
Yeah. Though I will say yesterday was pretty fun.
Fair.
Yeah, climbing and stuff.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Oh shoot. Okay,
Yep.
we are back. I need to put stuff in the laundry. Only take less than.
It's alright, Owl's still gone.
Isn't it dandy that your PC asks you to restart your computer now?
Mm-hmm.
It's always during D&D. Always.
It's always during an inconvenient time.
Yes.
Just doesn't matter when or why. It's always the wrong time.
I see you were about to click something. Let me just appear here so you can't click it. Nope.
Ba-ba-da. Ba-da-da-da-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Still trying to find that the whole thing conditions. There we go. It is D&D Beyond. I love it.
Yeah. It's definitely not roll 20.
Nope.
That would be too useful.
In before this is sponsored by Roll20 and we have to endorse it.
I think I would actually turn them down. They'd have to.
Wow.
They'd have to give me a really the contract have to be very lucrative. And I'll be honest with you, I see the other people they sponsor, they're not likely to come to me anytime soon. So out of just reason alone, I'd probably turn them down. I don't like their product that much, and they're very greedy with their development. they make a lot of profit, and they don't put much of it back into the system. So that's my problem with them.
And before Dyer's Roll20 just disappears.
You know what? Oh well.
I know.
Fine. To our one viewer, if you happen to work for Roll20, screw you. Do something.
Charlotte's just a secret Roll20 developer.
Oh yeah, true. I guess I could check, see who's in chat. Sorry, Charlotte.
She's not here. She's at work.
Oh, okay. I was like, oh wait, hang on a second.
Yeah. Real quick, music. Look at the in-game chat. That's part of the.
Oh, look, man, look at that. Wouldn't that be useful? It's the massive thing of, look what my character's afflicted with right now.
Everything. Just check every box.
That is a very pretty sheet, though. Wow.
That's a thick sheet.
It is large.
It is large.
I mean, it is kind of sheet.
Yeah.
Even I have 20-foot kind of speed because of the encumbrance that it tracks for me. But thank God all of my gear melds into me when I wild shape. Encumbrance no more.
Seriously, I've done that when I've played a couple of druids, when it's like, man, we have all this crap and it just ruins part of our plan. What are we going to do? I'm just like, give it to me. Everything. Just I've also polymorph also works for that regard. So like, yeah, you just wild shape or polymorph. If you need to cram a bunch of stuff into someone for a temporary time, that's how you do it.
Into someone, not on someone.
Nope, into someone.
My horse is amazing.
I just love that you could get like the tiniest creature. You could get like a goblin, or hell, if you allow like fairy playable races, you could just get a fairy, pile them with tons of equipment. Polymorph. Oh look.
Oh, you've got the weather report on your toolbar as well. I hate that.
Wait, I actually like it.
I now know all of Kenneth's
You do like it. I like it because it's very important to where I live at. Like knowing that it's an 84 degrees outside with sunny and no clouds means it's fire weather.
I don't need a PC for me to look outside and go, yeah.
No, but I need a temperature.
Yeah, the temperature is really nice, and also, at least for Florida weather changes so quickly.
Oh yeah, how's those storms going, bruh?
Fine, actually.
Louisiana is not fine. A tornado rolled through where my cabin is, where my mom lives, about 2 miles up the road. Took out half the town.
Oof.
Damn.
Yep.
Oh god.
But it's a drive.
Yep.
My sister started washing clothes, so I guess I gotta wait longer.
But no, I need the temperature for fire weather so that I can
That's
pay
fair.
attention to what the day is going to be.
I never pay attention to weather at all nowadays. It's a rainy day. It's been rainy recently. Cool.
But yes.
Yeah.
The thing is I didn't put it there either. When it showed up, I was like, oh, that's neat. I can use that. It just happened on its own.
I do.
I wish I could just get rid of mine, but I don't know how.
Also, I really want to know, Dyer, this might be something. What exactly is a hempen rope compared to what ropes we use today?
Mm-hmm.
I don't.
Isn't it just simply a rope made of the hemp plant fibers?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's how I've always considered it. It's what I expect. It's honestly when I think of rope, it's what I imagine most ropes look like.
Dang,
It's like that classic. It's like the classic old school shitty rope. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But do you know how to jump rope?
Yes.
You know, with the amount of tanking Kenna does, I actually thought that she would have more HP than 55. It just feels like she has more.
No, because I have the same hit die and con score, and I have 7 less HP than she does. So I'm just like, what?
I roll well.
Yeah, I rolled average.
I frequently send CJ my hit point roll, and it's usually anywhere
Pretty
from
good.
max to like 1 below or 2 below, and it's only happened a few times.
Yeah, exactly. Mine have all been above average. So Yeah, or like
Jealous.
average. I
Jealous.
haven't gotten a low roll.
But you have to remember too is like I can tank because of wild shape. So like
I know, I know that, but still, like even in your humanoid form, you are a massive tank.
my wildfire when I do the instead of summoning Emba when I turn myself on fire, I gain temporary hit points.
Oh, dude. Okay, that makes sense.
I
That
made
makes
that on
sense.
purpose. I made that with the sole purpose of the fact that because of Kenna's habit of getting in close and drawing a lot of attention to herself, I made more or less a tanking form for her.
Yeah, so I can either
That's pretty cool.
summon Emba to his form, or I can summon the spirit inside myself and light myself on fire.
Or technically, you can do both. They are not mutually exclusive.
No, but that is a fast burn of the wild shape.
Yes, it is.
So
Yeah.
I generally want to do one or the other.
I do have one armor class on her, so that's one thing. Just one little point. I'm proud of that little. I'm proud of having 17 armor.
A 17? That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Glenn, have you mounted?
Scrub lords with a less than 20 AC. No, but I didn't get
Okay.
to the talk.
Okay. Are we
Okay.
ready?
If everyone's
Yes.
back, we can begin.
Are you gonna skip to we already picked up our stuff and have continued moving forward?
I mean, yeah, we're gonna kind of gloss over a bit of that because there's, the awkward dance back and forth where you guys meet on the road, you see Thrix and Edelweiss. Edelweiss has the gun case, but then you go, yeah, but now we need our stuff, so now people are going to double back to get your stuff and then eventually reconvene and begin marching. It's more or less going to tack on more time to
gonna
the
keep
day.
walking though.
Thrix is
Or is he
just
gonna-
going to keep walking unless someone stops him.
No. And it's my Nikolai's already dead. That's just Thrix, and she has no tie to Thrix.
When will rally to just sort of slow down and wait?
Word.
I will be asking Frix if he is cold, though, because I can't offer him my cloak if he is cold because,
I am not cold.
So you still have that ability? Or
No,
are you just...
Nikolai is just well dressed.
That too. Just in case.
Nikolai was in winter clothes.
Yeah, I know. It was just after a bit he was very well okay.
Yeah, and the way it's like, it's like 25, 30 degrees out, so it's
Kinda warm outside.
Yeah, by comparison to the weather earlier, yeah, it's a bit more manageable.
Cool. Just in case, gotta take care of the boy. Gotta take care of the ex-god.
But eventually, like I said, all the weird back and forth and the finagling and the gathering of gear, it'll cut into a little bit of your hiking time, but eventually you can all reconvene and begin moving forward once more. You eventually reach a spot in the road that has been completely consumed by a localized mudslide. There's a small rise to the right. By small rise, it's about 150 feet or so tall. And much of the slope just sort of gave way and collapsed and has barricaded the road.
Mm-hmm.
So the question is, how do you want to get through this dangerous terrain, if you will?
You said it was a mudslide?
It is a mudslide, yes.
How long is the mudslide area? You said the rise, but
It's about 100 feet long.
Okay.
You said it's like 100
No.
feet tall.
Yeah, the rise where this all fell down from is about 150 feet tall.
Oh, but like how much of the road
Oh,
has been?
it's it varies in certain areas.
Yeah.
From anywhere from 5 feet to at certain points based off of how trees have sort of cobbled together to about 20 feet.
Is there? Go ahead.
Is it climbable at any point?
In certain places, but there's no direct or obvious route to just sort of cross over. There are enough trees that came with this that you can find some firm footing there that would more or less be safe. But then after you've run the tree out, where to go next?
Yeah.
All right, I have a few questions.
Mm-hmm.
So Kenna's gonna like put the bag down, lay the tools on the ground, kind of look up at it. Are there boulders involved in this mudslide?
None that are large, so I don't know if boulder qualifies.
But there's rock rubble.
Yep.
You said there are trees involved in this mudslide, or are the root wads intact?
Yeah.
So like whole trees with roots.
Some young growth trees. Yeah.
Okay. You said it was a mudslide, so is the quote-unquote soil like wet and muddy, or has it dried out to just be like compact soil?
It is wet and muddy.
It's wet and muddy. Okay. Yep. Is the trail road that we're walking on right now also wet and muddy, or is it kind of drier?
It's closer. It's somewhere in between. It's
like
not
soft.
It's not drier,
okay.
But it's not. It's also not as
mud.
Yeah, it's not mud.
Okay. Okay.
So we can't, and we can't see the other side. We can only see like the mudslide and trees.
No, you can more or less see onto the other side. If you get a little elevation, you can see to the other side where the road begins again.
Okay, how far is the elevation from the mudslide though?
Rephrase the question. I did not understand.
What I'm saying is, could I teleport? Was my 90 feet of thunderstep? I'm not gonna do that right now because that's big sound. But
I mean, you could climb a little ways into the mudslide and then teleport the rest of the way. Yes. Yeah, reasonable, possible. The area you leave behind in the thunderstep might cause perhaps another issue of some kind, but we'll get there if that comes up.
I would go to Kenna, or at least refer to Kenna. Oh, I could teleport with Frix if he's unable to get. Frix, could you climb this, or would you rather?
I can fly.
Huh. I didn't think Nikolai's body had much energy left.
Most of Nikolai's powers are still intact, and suffused with what limited magic I have access to of my own.
That's not a problem then.
Not for me, no.
I was considering teleporting if anyone had a problem. I could take someone with me, but I'm asking you as it does generate very, very loud sound. I feel as though it probably would be a bad idea.
How steep are the walls of the area that we're in? I'm assuming it's like some sort of like canyon or valley.
No, it would have to be a slope for a slide.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't have walls.
The slope is up on the right side, with it kind of just tapering off on the left side. A big wash.
Okay.
Would be rather.
Is all of it? Did that landslide come from a ledge on the slope, or does it just look like the soil gave out?
It looks like the soil gave out. Again, for the time of year, it's kind of unusual. There could have been a cause behind this that you maybe don't understand.
Burrowing.
But there's been plenty of unusual happenings in this duchy recently, anyway.
Kenna's gonna start packing the tools up, and looking around. Honestly, our best bet's probably just to walk up this slope slowly and carefully, spread all of our weight out, and then just walk above where the fell was. There's two things. One, this is just some kind of weather event, or two, it's a trap. There's a possibility we make another slide if we go above where it already fell, but it's less likely because all of that weight's already gone. So that's my advice. Kind of like packs all the tools up, puts her backpack on her back, and then looks at the steep slope and just goes, "I'll start trying to hike."
Not work in D&D.
I can't help it. This is what exploration in D&D is.
Oh, please, your work has trails. This is my work.
Oh, I'm taking you to Snake Creek when you come to visit, and we're gonna see what you say then.
Yeah, nerd.
I'll try, but
And it's going to start walking up before anybody else just to see if there's any give.
Okay.
Because she's the heaviest of everyone. So
Mhm.
if there's going to be any like pinpoint give, it's going to be when she's walking across it.
Make an acrobatics check.
Ooh, that was almost very bad. It is a natural 12 to a plus 2 for 14. Yep.
You find you find a good way to kind of climb the slope, being careful of your footing. In the wrong spot, there could be a chance something might give way, but given your relative size compared to the rest of the parties, as long as everyone is being careful about where they are stepping, this should be relatively trivial.
Okay. Hannah's going to make some distance. I'm going to say about 60 to 80 feet.
Okay.
Straight up, right? Because you said it was about 100 to 120 feet where it gave.
Yep.
So Kenna's going to make about 80 feet straight up, parallel with that slide, before she goes, all right, people start coming one by one. Put some distance between you.
Do we need to maintain the 60 to 80 feet of distance between everybody, or can we travel?
I would not travel next to each other, but she tested out the going up a bit for the most part for people. And whoever order they choose, once someone steps on the slip, Ken is going to continue up.
Thrix does not wait for any further prompting or any postulating. He begins climbing.
Yep. Is he going across the road or up?
He's going up. He's following behind in your path.
Okay. So Ken is going to make her way up. 150. No, let's go. 100 feet's not that far, especially for a slide. So let's go ahead and do 180 feet up and then start crossing over.
Okay.
I'm gonna let Thrix have about 30-40 feet before I start like gesturing for somebody else to follow behind him. Gwen's gonna break.
Okay. Yep. He manages to navigate the slope relatively easily. Perhaps displaying a certain amount of physical adeptness that you're perhaps not used to seeing in Nikolai, given Nikolai's general run of bad luck.
Damn, dude, you just got called out and you're dead.
Ouch.
Well, like I said, I was trying to at least make the point of it was less about it being Thrix and more about it being Nikolai. It just never worked out for Nikolai.
Nope, never did.
I'll head last.
Okay, problem children. I guess that means Lars.
Yes.
Sure. Make me an acrobatics check.
Acrobatics, if I remember rightly, I have a +4 on that. That's a 12.
Okay. It is passable. And we're also going to need one for Polish.
Okay. Natural 20.
This dog is a better mountaineer than Lars.
She got, more
4
legs
feet
on the
less
ground,
weight.
more
Yeah, 4
planted,
feet.
Yeah.
4 feet less weight.
Mm-hmm. Well, the ascent so far, and basically kind of following behind Kenna's shadow, is going swimmingly. No one has
When I
had
start
any
crossing.
problems yet. So, between Gwen and Edelweiss, who's next?
Otherwise,
What? Why don't you go first? I
no.
don't
No.
have much confidence on this.
So you should go ahead of me so I can catch you if you fall. That's why I'm going last. Go. And I don't trust you to be at the back of the party.
Very well. That's gonna be probably a fail. It's what is it? Acrobatics?
Acrobatics.
That's a 10. That's middling.
It's perfectly middling. Well, actually, it's below average because that's with a modifier.
Yep.
Edelweiss, you are the only one out of the group so far to have some trouble. You do not
I'm very
slip,
tired.
but your progress is slow. So while everyone else was making very steady progress, it's going to take you roughly about twice the amount of time.
I mean, I have 1 point of exhaustion, so that just kind of tracks.
Mm-hmm. It does.
I mean,
But-
Gwen Pods also does, but she's stronger.
Given a little bit of time, Gwen, you will follow.
Acrobatics, sir?
Yep.
Not as good. Not too great.
Worse than me.
11 plus 2.
13.
Oh, that's fine. You're fine.
Better than most of the party. Except Porsche, who just was better than everybody. His dog.
4 feet.
Yeah, no, Gwen, despite being tired, you still handle it fine. You find
gonna
yourself in a
pass me?
position that you could easily catch up to Edelweiss if you so desired.
Yeah, no, I'm just gonna keep tailing behind. It's important that everybody has someone else to catch them.
Except for you. And
Yeah,
let's be
me.
honest, if Kenna falls, she's at a position where she's just kind of going downhill and no longer backwards into someone. So, baby steps.
Mhm.
That being said, Kenna, you've gotten quite high, and then have begun making your trek over. You're starting to gather that this has occurred relatively recently, just sort of getting the position, being able to see a bit more of the slope and how things have kind of unfolded down into what is the mudslide below you. You realize this happened not all that long ago. And you were fortunate that the timings just did not end up with your party on the road with this happening. Which would have seemed closer to the luck that you're used to with them.
Sometimes you gotta chase the bad guys into the forest before the trap falls on you.
Who knows? That 30 minutes of having to double back for packs might have been the major difference. Who knows?
Can I see any sign of a body at all?
Make a perception check.
Where is the D20? There it is. Perception. I get a +4. That is a 10.
You don't spot anything that doesn't look like it belongs.
I continue.
This time, crossing the greater threshold of this, I would like you to make a survival check. Just kind of parsing through, a lot of the slope, the bits and pieces, trying to avoid weak spots.
Survival. Rolled a 9 for a 16.
Okay. You're in your element. This is easy. You spend a good amount of time crossing over the higher part of this slope, which is much more narrow than the 100-foot long crossing you'd have to do down on the road. You'll reach the other side with relative ease.
When I reach the other side, I would make room by about 50 feet. Let's do 66 feet. And kind of at an angle starting to go down, but then I will wait next to a tree.
Okay.
Or to at least see the next person, which I think was Thrix.
Yep.
I will walk one chain, which is 66 feet.
Thrix will continue on a similar path. He'll get about 70% of the way across when he'll stop and turn back and lightly call out to Mordhain. You should avoid going any further down the slope from this position. There is a large rock that appears to be quite loose, and if too much pressure is applied, it will cause you to slide. You have an advantage on your survival check to cross, Mordhain.
Okie doke.
But Thrix will cross without any problem, because he keeps rolling incredibly well. He rolled a natural 19.
All it took was for Nikolai to die for that body to be good in the wilderness.
Today, welcome to the roast of Nikolai Overguard.
That was worse than the last one. Yikes.
Yeah, that was actually like a personal attack. I wasn't trying to go there, but all right, here we are. Okay.
It's okay, I miss Nikolai.
Mordhain, survival check at advantage, please.
Okay. Survive. Right, so the first one is a 15.
Serviceable.
That's 9 plus 1, so it's a 10. So the one at advantage is the other one that I said.
15.
Yes.
All right. 15 is more than adequate, especially with the warnings given to you by Thrix. You begin making your way across, and it is smooth going. Edelweiss, you are next. This is where you could potentially go downhill, literally. Survival check at disadvantage.
I'm going downhill. Could it be worse? Damn, my second roll is good. That's a 5. No, that's a 6.
Yeah, so you weren't close enough to hear Thrix's warning, but that rock he mentioned, you happen to find, and there's a moment where you're standing in that position, and you feel the ground underneath you shift, and then everything sort of tumbles out from underneath you. You begin to fall. Please make a dexterity saving throw.
How
Can I do-
much would I fall? Like, what does it look like?
You're
Would I fall
tumbling.
to the-
You're going to tumble down a hill.
Is it further than the... Were we at the bottom, or were there's more bottom?
You were not at the bottom. You guys ascended quite high up the slope, and we're crossing over.
Are they close enough that I might be able to intervene at all?
Nope. You
I'm
guys were
inspiration.
very deliberately keeping your distances.
I'm gonna use my inspiration to succeed that save. I failed pretty bad.
Okay.
I got a natural 2.
All right. Yeah, that was going to go very badly.
Yeah.
In which
And
case,
no one cares about me, so I've gotta make sure I survive. So I'm gonna
When
take
you-
this real quick.
you lose your footing. A large chunk of this sort of falls out from underneath you and slides. The small boulder sort of tumbling and rolling away. You manage to reach out, digging hands and nails into the muck and mud, and find a root that is there, and you grip tightly onto it, and you manage to hold on. Gwen, at this juncture, you are free to try to do something, but I'm working on the base fact that everyone's kind of 60 feet increments apart. So in order to reach Edelweiss to do anything, you'd have to spend your time dashing to get there, but it will require a roll to succeed to get there without putting yourself in danger.
What's the roll?
It is another acrobatics check. It will be at disadvantage.
And you said Edelweiss is just holding on?
Yep. Who knows for how long?
How far am I from the bottom?
150 or so feet.
Quinn's gonna do it.
Okay. Acrobatics check at disadvantage, please.
15 and 18.
Those are good.
Just takes burning alive in my car. 17 total.
Okay. You will successfully get there. And a couple of close calls avoided. You managed to get to the edge where Edelweiss is precariously hanging onto by a literal thread. I guess not a literal thread, it's a root. An earthen thread.
I love that. Are we doing a turn-based economy here?
Kind of.
I
mean, not really. It's basically because it's up between you and Edelweiss. So, for the sake of it, we're kind of going back and forth between the two of you. You see Gwen charging up and in your general direction to try to aid you, Edelweiss. In those moments waiting for Gwen to get there, what are you doing?
I will say, as I get closer to that edge, I'm going to sort of get low as to more evenly distribute my weight and not take that edge.
Right. Fair enough. Edelweiss?
Wait patiently and see if Gwen actually wants to do anything, or if I have to just get out of this myself.
Okay. I want you to make an athletics check.
Me?
Yep.
Or Gwen?
You. Gotta see if you can keep your grip.
I don't think I can. That is an... Sorry, I had to check my athletics, but that's a 7.
You begin to slip. Gwen, you are closing in, but you can also see the clear danger posed to Edelweiss as you watch them slowly begin to shift down, inch by inch, threatening to take the tumble.
Can I get to them?
What do you do as you close in?
I'm gonna try to baseball slide. I think it's so much snow in my shirt. I'm gonna try to not baseball slide, but penguin slide towards them and shoot an arm over that edge and try to grab them.
Okay. This wasn't even a choice, but it's because you're exhausted. Make an athletics check at disadvantage.
Okay. Uh, 10.
Okay.
3 plus 7.
You kind of take a couple of large steps, and then you slide through the mud and the snow over a couple of uncomfortable rocks. You ever hit a rock on a slip and slide?
Oh yeah.
Hearing the ding against the armor you're wearing, and your hand dips over the edge just in time to grab onto Edelweiss's wrist. But the combined new weight you're supporting is now sliding you further than you want with your momentum. Go ahead and make a strength saving throw.
Okay, that's pretty good. 21.
Okay. You lash your free hand back and just dig it into the earth and snow, and you find something firm. You think another one of the roots from the same system that Edelweiss was using to save herself with, and you just use that as an anchor. And after a brief moment and a bit of a exhaustive just pull, you manage to get Edelweiss back up onto the edge.
I'm gonna just keep us both pretty low until we get a fair bit backwards from where the ground is given out.
Okay.
And then just pressure for them to keep moving up the hill.
We'll do whatever she says.
Alright. Since you were working in tandem, I would like a survival check from both of you. Just normal, old survival checks. No disadvantage.
That's very nice to hear.
12.
20. Dirty
Go.
20.
Alright. A brief moment of tension as everyone kind of observed this unfold comes to a rest as you all see the movement begin picking back up as the two collaboratively find a safe route through and eventually, along with the rest of the crossing, find themselves in the position where it will be certain that they will make it across. The descent is a little less treacherous compared to the ascension. Going down, Kenna, you can make an athletics or an acrobatics check. If you'd be so kind.
15.
All right. It is no problem.
Athletics. Yep.
You can make your way down slowly. You spend only about half the time actually working your way through some of the dangerous parts of this mudslide before you actually get to sections of the slope that were not included in it, where you find just sturdy rock and snow. And you can make your way down through there, the rest of like the 50 or so feet down, and get back to the edge of the road.
Okay. This wasn't real quick when I get to the road and I look around from where the path went, right?
Mm-hmm.
This wasn't an avalanche type, right? It was just purely by looking at this, would I notice that this is more weight based and less, sound based, like disturbance based, like an avalanche would have been?
Yes.
All right. I call out to the party then.
Okay.
If I can tell that this was more of a weight event than some kind of just, loose disturbance,
Mm-hmm.
I'll call out and let them know that on their way down, there's a rock path that is safer to use than trying to go by soil.
As you're doing it, Thrix has already found it and makes his way down.
Yep.
I rolled another natural 19.
Nice. Man's a natural.
Where was that with the ice lake? Come on, guys. Wow.
It's because you're not rolling them, that's why. It's dire rolling.
Yeah. Yep.
When the PC belongs to another person I'm rolling for them, I roll like garbage. When they become an NPC, they're the best. All right, next set, we're just going to roll through the numbers. Moldheim, acrobatics or athletics check for both you and Bosha.
Acro. That's 14 plus 4, so that's 18 total.
Okay.
Porsche, I think it's a plus 2. Natural 20 again, so 22.
4 legs and being a dog. The two of you make it down with no issues, finding the rock path about halfway through and make it to the road safely as you watch the somewhat troubled pair of Edelweiss and Gwen get to their position. Same thing, crew. Athletics, acrobatics check. There's no disadvantage.
That's a 13.
Okay.
21, I believe. Literally all, 21. Literally all it's
All right.
baking in my.
You guys uncomfortably work together to make sure neither of you are exposed to any further danger. But you manage to make it back down to the edge of the road, all of you together.
Yeah. All I say to Gwen as we finally like reach stable ground is sorry, thank you, and just kind of like look away, I suppose, and just kind of walk to my own space.
You still have my journal. Could I have it back?
I gave it to her back actually at the end of the. I'm pretty sure I made a point to give it to you, before we finished that rest. At least that's how I imagined it.
I thought we were still resting by the next session, and I don't ever remember getting it back.
I thought I gave it to you.
Make a choice.
I otherwise would have given it to you before we started moving again.
And Gwen wouldn't have said anything.
Yeah.
You have all successfully gotten down, and the road is before you once again. I do imagine that waiting for everyone else to get their Thrix, just kind of standing there watching everyone else make their way down, just sort of looks over and up at Kenna. That was fun. Do people do this often?
How I lived my entire life so far. It is exciting.
It is. I would not mind doing that again.
Well, maybe after some things are answered and you finally see the Overguard family, if we're living, I'll take you to my home.
That sounds like something that would be enjoyable. Thank you.
Anytime, Drix.
And he just goes quiet after that. But it's not like awkward quiet. That's not an awkward silence. He's very clearly just interested in watching everyone come down. He's taken in everything. But you all get down successfully. You see the road before you, still winding, and you begin your journey yet again. Those of you more nature-oriented people, Gwen and Kenna especially, you guys know that you have about an hour before it is dark. Which is appropriate, because about an hour later, traveling along the road, you can see up ahead in the distance about 200 feet ahead of you, torchlights, flickering, warm fire. And it's moving back and forth across the road, about 4 or 5 of them.
Well, you said 4 or 5 water connecting across the road?
About 4 or 5 torchlights.
Oh, torchlights.
Yeah.
And they're across the road, not down the road?
They're down the road. They're moving back and forth.
Oh, interesting.
Not very quickly. Like, people sort of are walking across the path, checking on something.
Okay.
Can I see any sort of heraldry on them or anything?
Not that far out.
Okay.
We see torchlight because it's getting dark.
As you guys close in, get closer to about 100 feet, you do begin to see humanoid shapes.
I am going to produce flame in my hand so that they don't get spooked by us.
Okay.
That way it gives them some kind of, oh, there's other people.
Yep.
And I'll hold it up kind of as if it was a torch. So it's kind of like a similar height. Well, I guess actually I wouldn't, because
yeah, similar height is where it would normally be at your side.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, that makes more sense. I'd put it at similar torch height.
I'm gonna light a torch.
And
okay.
Kenna's just gonna call out and be like, "Is everything okay?" That sounds like combat music.
I don't like that music.
Yeah, was not a fan of that piece. Everything is not okay. I repeat, everything is not okay.
This is fine.
We're gonna
Danger.
We're gonna switch perspectives real quick. Ivar, you've been traveling on the road for some time. Not really exactly certain of your destination, but knowing that it was in this direction. from Stenholm, you heard that there was many things unfolding in this duchy, that farmers, hunters, guardsmen, and even a handful of Shallseer patrols have reported that have been off. The Overguard family has offered money to anyone willing to take up arms to go into the wilderness to solve these problems. While your intention was not to follow through with this, a group of mercenaries heading south offered to take you with them, conveniently in the direction, rather south, northwest, in the direction that you knew you needed to go. So you've been tagging along, and along the way, you have fought through numerous hordes of muscle-dense, undead, explosive, and volatile creatures. You have seen these dark, whispering portals to a terrible place, and have closed several of them with this company. You've recently stumbled onto a caravan of merchants that have been attacked. There were a couple of survivors, many of which are making it through thanks to you. You see, and it does not take you long, a party of shadowed figures approaching on the road to the south of you, to the north of you. Pardon me, I'm switching perspectives and I completely lost all of my direction. And you see them approaching, and when they start to get a little bit closer, you watch as firelights ignite and highlight them. What do you do?
Well, they were already pretty decently envisioned for me.
Yep.
What does the party look like from my perspective?
Well, it is very easy to identify one individual due to their height and stature being above everyone else, in the form of the Goliath of Kenna. You can tell there is a canine traveling amongst them. There is a handful of, honestly, from that distance, what you would consider relatively generic humanoids. In that they're garbed in winter clothes. There are no obvious defining features you can identify. Just because when people are garbed that heavily, things like pointed ears or things of that nature are less obvious.
Just a sword thumb sticking out over here.
Yeah.
However,
with no coat.
Yeah. However, when you first begin observing them, and perhaps is the reason why you don't initially sound any kind of alarm, is as you observe them entering into your line of sight, you begin to feel that pull, and it's slowly adjusting as they're getting closer and closer. Like who you're looking for is amongst them.
Okay. Just like probably a little bit of when traveling with the company, he'd be friendly, but I wouldn't say standoffish, but he'd like to keep to himself mostly. Like he wouldn't refuse conversation or anything, but he'd just generally keep away. He'll still stay quiet. He won't say anything. He'll he will probably say one thing of I don't think they're looking for any trouble. They probably wouldn't have done that.
One of the mercenaries sort of stops, just looks over. What are you on about, Ivar?
The lighting of the torches.
He stops and looks down the road, noticing the lights for the first time, and then kind of looks at you like, that was kind of spooky. How'd you know they were coming? And he does a short whistle, and the other mercs kind of stop their ministrations, and they all sign up on the road. Two of them get crossbows ready, uncertain, just to be safe.
I'll be just out of sight. Is there like tree cover?
Yep.
Okay.
Plenty.
He'll find one, a nice canopy one, nice covered in darkness, and climb it and just sort of sit in the tree and watch. He'll not an arrow into his bow, but won't like point it.
Mhm.
And observe.
Make a stealth check at advantage. In the fading light, it is easy for you to blend in.
Click. Ha Wow.
Okay.
Oh my god, this character can actually roll? Sorry.
Okay.
For now.
More personal attacks.
I love
I
your
think
music.
he gets it.
It's
Does
just
he?
too funny.
Okay. You guys watch as the torches begin sort of centering on the road as the individuals that were further down begin gathering. To answer your question, Gwen, as you guys close in and you're about 100 feet away, their uniforms have an obvious marking on them. They wear a tabard over their armor that has a large white cross on it.
Company that I met before.
You are free to make a history check. You too, Lars. Because Gwen and Lars would be the people that might be privy to who these
Did the call out that I made actually go through?
Yes. They did not
Well,
immediately respond.
What's the
No,
roll?
no,
sorry?
that's fine. I just mentioned
History.
History.
14 for me.
Okay.
That's a 15 for me total.
15. Okay. Both of you know the names, given they are a relatively well-known and well-respected mercenary company. They belong to the White Cross Company. They're a large organization that operates out of Harbor. They have about 500 people under their employ. They are war veterans, and they are battle trained and hardened. They are very reliable, and they tend to go places and try to do good things. They don't take contracts that are of ill repute or will harm innocent people.
Have I ever worked with them before, or worked with somebody who was a part of their organization before?
Yeah, you have. You've worked with a pair of them before. They were out hunting a troll, and you basically arrived in the same town that had the bounty up for it, and the three of you ended up going in together to go deal with it, and it turned out successful.
Was that the fight that I got into before I came to Dariok?
No, those were two ogres that you killed on your own.
Gotcha. They're a decent crew. Probably don't need to raise the alarm. Just try not to be outwardly threatening. Looks pointedly at Kenna.
Kenna's kept walking. After she asked, she called out. She didn't stop.
Mm-hmm.
She called out if everything was all right.
You'll see one of the torches step forward and get closer, about close half the distance, roughly. There's an attack here on the road. We are attending to the people that were harmed. From where are you coming from?
Keeps walking. Would you like any help? We're on our way from what was Dariok.
The people here have been tended to. We have a healer amongst us. They've been cared for. Those that can survive will. judging by that comment, I'm assuming none of you are in need.
Lars from the back raises his hand. I've had a rough day.
Some of them are in need, but we're living. And I continue to try and get face to face with them.
Yeah, he doesn't stop you from closing distance.
Yep. As I get closer to him, Dyer, how many of them are there that I can see?
Make a perception.
Yikes. I always forget what my perception is. It's a 4. That's a 6. Good sir.
Purely, purely by counting those holding torches and are in obvious line of sight, you count 5.
Okay. Within their torchlight, do I see the wounded, or is the wounded put away?
You do not see the wounded. There are 2 wagons. One that is on the side of the road, the other one that's been toppled.
Okay.
You suspect the wounded are somewhere amongst there.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I keep walking up to him to see what he looks like.
All right. You get closer. The gentleman that you can get within 5 feet. You can get within arm's reach of him if you'd like.
I am wearing the mask. Just always a reminder that Kenna has that mask on for most of the time.
Yep.
Do I see anybody in the wings, in the trees, or smell anybody there?
Make a perception check.
Right, if it would be at advantage for smell.
It's a plain normal one because you still have disadvantage from your exhaustion.
Okay. Well, that's a 5 plus perception. 3, 8.
Nope. The only people you can really easily identify are the individuals who are holding torches.
Okay.
Which there are 3 holding torches, 2 planted torches, and 2 individuals who have crossbows. Not trained on you, but they're holding them at the ready.
Okay. We'll keep pace with Kenna.
Kenna, as you close in, the individual you see before you, he's wearing a T-shaped visored helm with a now that you're much closer to him, there is likewise a white cross painted on the nose guard that goes up and over the eyes.
Is the helm just metal colored, or has it been painted opposite of the white?
Just the white is painted. The rest of it's just metal.
Okay.
Which, to its credit, it looks like it's seen quite a bit of combat. It's dinged and scuffed. It looks like it's been well loved.
Has the paint been damaged?
In places. You can tell it's been repainted a few times.
Okay.
The individual, he stands at about 6'4", pretty tall. No obvious features that would tell you an exact race. By most accounts, you'd probably think he's just human. Especially given their need of torches.
Is everything covered also in winter gear?
Yes. Yeah.
So I can't see a face. Okay.
You can see parts of his face.
Yeah.
He's got a darker skin tone.
Okay.
Think like Mediterranean. Someone who spends a lot of time out in the sun. It's got this orangish hue to it.
Is there any kind of like long hair coming out from underneath the helmet that I might be able to see?
No.
No. Okay.
But he does have a very well kept mustache beard going on. It's like it's clearly well groomed. It's kept in with a knife.
So there's a T slit on the helmet. Okay.
Yeah. The mouth is open.
Okay.
It does not fully cover his face. The mouth is open. It's got cheek. It's got a cheek. It's got cheek and nose guards. So. He has brown eyes. Other than that, like I said, large, well-defined build. Definitely looks like a soldier. He carries with him a long sword on one hip, a short sword on the other. On his back, he has a heavy crossbow that's slung over and a shield behind it. He has no weapons currently in any of his hands, however. And he walks up, and really not missing much of a beat or treating any of this interaction as odd. He extends a hand, kind of like in a general slight up direction to you.
Kenna will put Firebrand, down, axe head down into the ground, and so she has free hands, and will clasp his forearm.
Sergeant William Hibben, nice to meet you. Of the White Cross Company, out of Harbor. We've been hired to come out here into the wilderness and try to take care of some of the issues that the Duchy's reported.
Can I get that name again real quick?
Yes.
Okay.
What a great
William.
name, by the way. Gwillian Hibben. What a name.
All right. I'm just trying to find a certain document, sir. You have to really give me a hot second when you get that name up. Sergeant William Hibben.
Okay, I spelled the first one right. I thought I missed it.
Yeah. No, not at all. And Kenna will nod, and you can call me Kenna.
Pleasure. As for the rest of your companions, we don't need formal introductions as first names, unless you're planning on moving straight on through.
We're headed to Stenholm, but it might be a good idea to, if allowed, if we're able to rest with y'all for the night. We have been through a lot, as I think you have as well, coming along this route.
It has not been easy. Several portals ripped into the murk. We've slain 3 or 4 dozen creatures that have come out since then. We've found several wounded traveling along the road, and we've had to stop and take care of many of them. This has been over the course of the last 4 or 5 days. We've been, yes, we've been making our way towards Dire Yacht, check in with the town. We were told they went quiet.
Well, we've had our one run-in with the portal and an intelligent being that came through it, who we chased into their portal to finish and close, but...
Covered in spines?
Yes.
Yeah, we've met a few.
The town is no more, but there is a large detachment of Shalseer there with dragons.
As
We
both
just came from there.
good and bad news.
Yes,
Not a fan of the Shalseer.
very unfortunate.
No, the Shalseer are fine. It's the fact that the town no longer exists. Population of about 200, 300 people. That means there were a lot of dead.
There was. The town exists if it's to be repopulated, but the people themselves are gone and or past. Hold on a second. I gotta read that name. You said your last name was Hibben.
That is correct.
At this point in Dire, I would like to use a charisma token.
Hey.
All right, I'm down.
As part of the kind of backstory that you know about, there was a group of scientific explorers that traveled all the way up into Kenna's range.
Mm-hmm.
That her whole thing was that she stalked them because they weren't harming anything, they didn't have weapons, and they weren't aggressive, and they weren't killing animals. So she stalked them and watched them. And they ended up getting ill and sick, and she no longer saw signs of them, so she went to go check on them and ended up helping heal them and bring them back so that they could leave and survive. I would like to use my charisma token for Hibbins to have a brother that was on that crew.
Okay.
To have been somebody that she saved and recognizes not this man, but the last name
Okay.
Of one of those scientific explorers from that party, which would have been 3 to 4 years ago.
So was the brother a guardsman or a researcher?
He was more of he was one of the 3 like explorer guides to the researchers.
Okay.
He was like, none of them really carried an assortment of weaponry besides like personal defense, a lot of bows, more or less. But out of the, I have to look back and see what I wrote. It was 8 or 9, but out of that group of people, they had 3 kind of guidesmen, and he would have been one of them.
All right.
Kenna looks at the name. Heaven. That sounds familiar, and you do look alike. Would you happen to have a brother?
Yeah, Daryl. He's a bit of a wilderness man.
It was a few years ago. I think he went on a trek out up into the wilds, into the mountains. I hope he's doing all right. I helped them get back safely.
Oh, that was you. He's told many tales about that trip, how he barely survived it. He said it was fortune that saved him. And by fortune, he refers to a large giantess as fortune. He says you're his good luck charm.
That is flattering, but
I don't know.
could be, I guess, more fate than luck. But I'm glad that he is doing well. Hopefully,
He is.
you do resemble him a lot.
We get that. It's the strong jawline, really.
Stands out anywhere, but no, it is good to know. Would it be a problem for us to, I guess, rest for the night with y'all? We could really use company and help in this department, and this, not department, there are no departments, in this way.
Well, we had no plan of heading back south. We're going to be heading north towards Direyok to continue clearing out anything along the way, unless you're positive there's really nothing left in your wake.
About the only thing that could be left in our wake are more of these creatures and possibly portals that we weren't seeing from the roadside. But unless you want to have a strong meeting with Shalcir and their dragons, there is no remaining people in Direyok.
You're more than welcome to stay with us for the evening, to rest up and feel safe in doing so. We will continue on our path. We'll do some off-the-road hiking to make sure nothing has been missed. It's what we're being paid for, after all. Come on in, where we can set up a makeshift camp on the side of the road here. As I've said, we have a couple of wounded, so unless you have a great need to speak to them, let them rest.
As long as they're taken care for, I won't bother them.
Yes, they're all, as I said, those that will survive will. There are 3 dead for what it is worth. And he will turn and then gesture, and you can see there are 3 bodies on the side of the road that have been covered by sheets.
Gwen's right there, but Kenna will make sure everyone comes on in, and then we'll ask the sergeant, do you or your people have any specific burial rites that you follow for the dead?
Not for us, no. We just typically send the bodies back to their families so that they can have them interred the way they wish.
Understood. Kenna speaks no more of it and doesn't push anything.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll go and actually help set up a makeshift camp while the rest of the party kind of comes in, just because she's tired but not really useless for that bit.
Yep. You guys will see as you get a little bit closer, and the sergeant turns around and kind of begins walking with him. The other members of the White Cross company kind of relax. They sling their crossbows back over their shoulders, and they kind of wait to welcome you into the small area where this attack occurred. And you'll go around and you'll get names. They're all pretty sociable entities, and will happily speak to all of you.
How many is your
Sir,
party?
sorry, go ahead.
Total, including the sergeant, there are 6 of them. Until such a time that Ivar decides to make himself known.
Yeah.
That's up to him, not up.
There would have while they were talking, and Ivar feels sufficiently hidden from them, as they apparently don't seem to make any remarks towards him. He'll sulk closer. Does he identify the one he's looking for?
Yes. It is easy, and you have a moment where you actually see them come into the torchlight, and you begin to make out the features, the color returning to them. And you have almost shimmering, wavering flashbacks to a portrait in the home. And it sort of flashes and interposes itself onto their actual features, and then your vision kind of snaps back into reality. You see them as they really are. Granted, slightly more scruff on the chin, a little bit more worse for wear, slightly gaunt in the cheeks by comparison, but absolutely who you're looking
for. Okay. He'll while they're heading into camp, he'll soak up behind him, just reintegrate sort of into the grouping. As stealthily as he is, and then come up behind Lars, and you'll hear a semi-soft voice. Kind of spooky because he came out of nowhere.
No one noticed.
Yep. Excuse me. Sir?
Yes. Sorry, I'm a bit hurt, but go on.
Here, let me help with that. You'll see nerves. I don't know why I'm nerves.
Describe to us what they see.
You first will see a masked face that no detail discernible. Besides glowing, very dull glow, almost imperceivable purple eyes behind the mask. He has a hood up. All of his body is covered in black clothing. You can detect underneath parts of the cloak breastplate. He carries a shield, a warhammer, and a longbow on his back and at the sides. He'll if you'll allow me, and he'll reach forward, waiting for you to give permission for him to touch you. I am a healer.
Yes, by all means. I've been very desperate for healing for a while.
Okay. He'll reach out with one hand, and in another hand he'll slide his hand underneath his cloak and hold on to something. And as he does, he will cast Cure Wounds at level 3.
And while this happens, while you're rolling the dice there, I would like Monaheim to roll a history.
Wow. Okay. That was bad rolling.
Honestly, it's like perfectly average.
It really is, isn't it? Wow.
Yeah.
That's a 17.
Okay.
Total.
No new information. Please continue. You are healed.
For how much?
16.
16. Better than 10. He'll sort of like feel a whole lot better, and he'll sort of put down his gun case, and he'll go, "Thank you. That was I really appreciate that." And he'll put out a hand to shake.
He'll shake it, and he'll sort of you see he slightly like cocks his head. I wonder if you still remember me. I'm Ivar. And just so you can see, he'll with his other hand, not the one that's shaking yours, he'll slightly pull off the mask just so you can see it, his face. Which I will send you what he looks like, or I can switch the token. Let me.
Yeah, if you switch a token, I can blow it up for him.
Yeah.
Whichever you
Oh, I don't mind. There you go. And but I know who you are. Master Lars, right?
He'll quickly cup your mouth. He'll quickly cup your he'll quickly cup your mouth, and he'll just go, "Shh. Don't call me by Lars. Please." And he'll release his hand away from your mouth. And what he'll do is he'll quickly turn to look around at the others, and he'll just go, "My name is Mourning. Nice to meet you." And carry on shaking the hand.
You see, he's sort of the head still caught to his he's like he's not able to hide it very well. He's like very plainly like questioning why. Oh, okay, Morderheim. What was that about?
He looks around at the group, and is anyone like looking at them?
Quinez.
Is anyone from the other group looking at us?
You have an eye or two on you from some of the other members, yeah. Granted, they're not really looking at you, they're more looking at Ivar.
Yeah. Lars will he'll just like as you continue shaking, he'll go yes, my name is Mourning, and he'll whisper, "We'll talk more later."
As you whisper, he'll whisper back. I can help with sleeping arrangements tonight. It's a protective barrier, if if you're worried about other people, that is. And he'll put his mask back on.
he'll just whisper back very quickly, "Do what you must, but please call me Mourning until further notice." And he'll release your hand, and he'll sort of turn away. And as he walks away, he'll go, "Come, Ivar, let's get ourselves warm and drink and eat."
Mourning, make another history check now.
Big money, no whammies. Better. I don't know if that's better. What is my plus? I rolled a 17.
That's still pretty good.
That's very good.
Just base.
17 plus 5, that's a 22.
Okay. And we're going to take a break.
Cooked. Nice.
I will happily inform you when we come back. Owl's dying,
Yes.
so we're gonna take another break.
Yeah. Go for a drive really fast. Get that wind in your hair.
I'm going. I need to charge my laptop. How long is this
Within-
one, Dire?
Let's take 10 minutes.
Coolio.
So
Not
just
long enough to-
10 past 1.
Okay, thank you.
Just play on your phone, probably. Maybe your phone.
They don't have cell service out there.
Huh?
Oh,
Nothing. Go. Leave out.
Leave.
They don't. There's no cell service out there.
Okay.
Middle
This
of
is cool.
nowhere.
Literally.
I mean, it's a
You
national
did
park.
it. You did the thing, Mizek. You did the thing.
Yep.
I spent like 25 minutes painting a beard on that dude, just so everyone knows.
Yes, it's so good. It's so good.
Is that a character from the like a character you've used before?
Nope.
Nope.
I just said he had the vibes.
I
Because-
had music gave me like a couple of rough images as to what he thought the character looked like and gave me some descriptions, and I was like, well, none of these really do anything. I was like, well, I guess I want to make an image for him, so we've got a good reference. And so I ended up having to Photoshop a bunch of things together. The original image looked something like this. Oh, sorry, I keep getting into gigantic.
It's so good. It's so good. Oh.
But yeah, he gave me like skin tones and like a certain type of beard and shape, so I just spent a bunch of time painting off like blood in certain parts of
Oh
the
my
scar, and then I
Yeah.
spent like 25 minutes painting stroke by stroke the beard, and that's not entirely true. I painted a
I
big
love-
swatch of black and then toned in some grays and then took a smudge tool and smudged in a bunch of individual.
Congratulations for going for like the bad luck character to the character with the mask again. Music.
Look,
How you
mask-
feeling, mate?
You
mask
do have a thing.
characters are cool.
You do have
You
a
do have
thing.
to
Character dies, put on a mask.
Put on a mask.
be
Well,
edgy.
Mask
love
characters
edgy
are
too.
cool.
Yeah,
As resident,
I
can I
have
hear?
made mask
Hello?
characters.
Masks are
tend
pretty
to-
dope.
Oh, yeah, I do actually have a thing for masks sometimes, huh?
Look, everyone needs a good mask character every once in a while. Plus
My
this
first
one.
one. First and
Yeah.
only.
I have several OCs. I actually used a sorcerer as a mask before.
That being said, I'm gonna be right back.
Yep.
Good old water.
Very, very happy that the first thing I rolled was a natural 20.
Get it, boy.
All right, we're gonna move through this. We're gonna get the long rest encounter, and then we're gonna keep going.
Yep.
I have anything to say about it.
He's got that good touch.
Oh no.
Yeah. At least he's not like my other character that has some form of healing who they heal by smacking you. I call it the res smack, 'cause that's all he uses it for.
I'm gonna BRB. I'm gonna go warm up some leftovers.
Yep, I'll be right back.
Is everyone leaving? Is Ryan here? No, he up too, right? Ugh, I have a shift later. Should I go to shift? Or should I just not go? I didn't say I would, but I could. I keep running this. Gotcha game break? Gotcha game break. God. I'm not gonna keep getting lucky, but that's incredible.
I'm back.
Hey, back.
What up, peeps?
Okay, so basically, I want to share me and Gacha Heaven. So there's a competitive game mode, and basically you make a team that defends your stuff. But I'm bad at making them, especially the characters I have to use right now. So I kind of made a shitty one. And every other there's people fight you. Every other time you get a thing that lets you not lose any points, and then otherwise it's lose points, don't lose points, lose points, don't lose points. Basically, every single loss I've only had one loss that's lost me points, the first one. Every other loss that loses me points, it's at that point where I don't lose points. So it's basically you failed, but lift loss control active, you lose 0. And it's like success. Well, you lose 0, someone forfeited, it activates. So basically I've only lost points 1, and I'm just like, I'm lucky. Because every time I lose, it just like activates like, oh, you don't lose any points because it's this point in time where you don't lose points or whatever it's called. I don't know why that's in the game, but it's like saving my ass real hard here, and I might get the highest points in the week. Unfortunately, there was earlier this week I accidentally did a misclick where I could have easily won had I not misclicked.
So, guys, I'm in a mild panic, looking through my bloody all my stuff, trying to find out if I know an Ivar.
Yeah, I think he just made the character up, but it's part of your backstory, and you're gonna remember he did a good score, and then you guys are gonna discuss privately about their characters and whatever.
If you get a good score, as he gets a, what was that, a 22?
Yes.
I'm panicking because I still have to talk to Kenna, and you know how that's gonna go. You know how that's gonna go.
It'll be fine. We'll all be really close together. We'll have a nice.
You say it's fine,
hand
and
circle.
you say that because you know what's gonna happen in that conversation. You know how what happened last time I had a private conversation with Kenna.
Well,
I just wanted to get it hopefully done this week, unless everything explodes, so y'all get your chance. Because if not, I have to wait, like... God.
oh man.
Private conversation was kinda...
Man.
Oh.
Bob?
Oh yeah,
Who's Bob?
I found my D12, it was in my drawer. I had a
Nice.
feeling it would have dropped into my drawer. Also, where is my... Did my mom throw away the thing? Okay, no. I have a case. The big medicine pill case is extremely large for the amount of pills and the size of the pills that were inside at the moment.
How dare you? How dare you sneak up on a sneaky guy? That's not very sneaky-like.
Oh,
Yes.
too bad. Welcome to Team Perception.
Out sneaking the sneakster.
So I know
To
what
be
your
honest-
class is.
To be
I'm
honest,
excited. We're gonna talk later, music, because I have a lot of things to say. Because you took that subclass, I
Yes,
know.
I did.
I know because you have access to that one spell, and you said you had the skill, and it's like, well, there it is.
part of me already knows, like not part of me already knows. I have a feeling like you are you are like a guy who looked up to me in the Homogeny or wherever it is. And it's like, hey, I know you, but you said Lars, so I'm like, nah, it can't be because Lars would only have used him the Mordahine as his alias. So the fact that you called him Lars means it's got nothing to do with that.
Or maybe it does. Who knows?
I swear to God, if you are hired by someone that I know, you'll...
Who knows?
Dang. The only reason I'm only just gonna say this, right? The only reason why you probably snuck up on him so easy is because Lars has just had he's had a very bad day. He's
very bad
tired.
day.
Everyone's no good, very bad kicks dice. And that's how I lose my dice.
I am back. I'm just gonna be eating.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but I have to finish the session first.
I'm drinking and burping.
We need more masked characters. Everyone get a mask. We can be the masked party. No one will know our faces. It'll be great.
Music. You already know what class you got now. Was that class you chose? I can finally wash my clothes.
I did that. I just chucked everything into the wash right now.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm doing that this literal moment as I'm speaking. Might hear
Yeeted.
stuff, but also this headphone's good.
Yeah, laundry was done. In one of the breaks.
How do I search? How do I search in a document?
Control
What is-
F.
Word. Like
Control F. Thank you.
Yep. Good luck.
Are you kidding me? Hey guys,
Yeah,
I'm
no,
looking at-
seriously, no. I already listen. I have a fairly idea of like, and I know for a fact I don't know if I've typed an Ivar, especially from any of the old homeworks up to number 24. So I don't think Ivar is someone that I've written down.
I don't think so. I think Music wants to make up his own name.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't have any gain pods apparently. I cannot wash my clothes until I go out later to fetch some gain pods from Walgreens, probably. Why did I not wash my clothes yesterday?
Guess you didn't do it.
Yeah, I'm definitely not going to my shifts afterward, like, dirty clothes again. Not that I had to.
I'm
That's-
excited. I'm
What?
excited.
What race? What race is Ivar?
It's like a half orc, isn't he?
He looked like a half orc.
Half orc.
Apparent half orc. He hasn't been come up. He was green.
It's because music is tired of hitting 0 and not bouncing back to 1.
Stop it, okay? Stop.
He's dead already.
Yeah, it's from The Simpsons. Stop! He's dead already.
What was that like? That meme was the bird, and it's like get better material, and then it's like make fun of music's bad rolls, makes fun of music's bad rolls.
Oh,
Hard to use sweating.
yeah. Oh my god.
So mean.
Charging without any other thought is the other thing. I cannot wash my clothes. Music. I mean, God, tired. That's the update of my thing I was saying earlier.
Oh, that was unfortunate.
Yeah, I have to go to the pharmacy to get some more.
S'mores.
Paris is a good name.
Mm-hmm.
If you've noticed, I have a thing about developing small groups of mercenaries to be very interesting. I can't help it. There's a
You can
particular.
just go wild. You
There's
don't have to think about their backstory too much. You
No,
can just make them
no.
go fast.
I do like I said, yeah, exactly. I spitball, like they all have backstories, but I
Yeah.
just get like important bullet points, and then if people ask, I develop more on the spot. And that's usually fine, but it's very easy to create a group dynamic, especially since again, there's a book series I read that deals heavily with things like this. So it's just
I already have this idea of the White Cross Company being a spin-off of as like a spin-off TV series or something like that from like the main series, which is obviously the World of Eldarth.
I mean, it wouldn't be crazy. They would make a good place for a series of one-shots.
I was thinking, I was literally going to say like, you know, my next thing was going to be like, you know, any one-shots down in the pipeline with this crazy band.
White Cross
of
Company.
Four
mercs.
letters, right? IVAR.
IVAR. Yep.
Okay.
Is he boneless?
What?
Like a chicken.
Is he boneless? Like Ivar the boneless,
He is not boneless.
as in that guy from the coal place in Europe.
As in, you don't need a wheelchair.
Dude ran around on a chariot, I believe.
Hmm. I also had like primitive crutches and shit.
Yeah, his portrayal in the Vikings is very, very good. I like the guy who did the
actor, yeah.
like the actor, yeah.
Yeah.
Really good acting.
So how do you spell Daryl in this way, by the way? What's your
Darryl.
Okay, the normal spelling.
Yep.
So there could be something. There's also wrong.
Yeah,
Oh,
fantasy
dang,
spellings are crazy, but no, that's just plain old Daryl.
I
And yeah,
went-
Wilhelm.
I went
Higgins.
with DE. I was
There's-
one letter off. E.
There's the normal named brother and the.
Sorry, I've been watching. I've been watching a lot of this guy called Eliminate, who's a music producer, and a lot of his memes are just E.
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 So, Dyer, I don't know if you want to do this, but that way we're not super waiting. We could like get some role play that people want to kind of do while Gwen is gone.
Yeah, I'm down for that.
Since Owl is taking care of Owl for safety reasons.
Yep, so Owl does not die in a car somewhere. Especially since we know the best nearest hospital is an hour away, so like.
Well, the
do you
nearest
get?
hospital's an hour away. The best hospital's 3. There she is.
Oh,
back.
well, never mind.
What did you want to get past? Oh wait, probably me. Well, I don't know. You probably want to do something, right? Oh boy. Sorry. Back to it.
Back to it.
Back to.
Hey, Owl.
Yeah.
Hey, quickly send me your location pin in case you disappear and don't show back up.
Is that a threat?
No, it's like just in case you don't show back up, I know where you were.
Oh,
Yeah,
Smart.
what?
gotcha.
It's the opposite of a threat. I'm like, wait a second, like,
concerned.
yeah.
Are you aggressively watching my location?
No.
Aggressively making sure she's safe.
Oi.
It's like that giant robot from Futurama. This comes from the heart.
Are you gonna let me like update the sheet right before we get back into playing? I'm almost done.
What?
Never mind.
Let me do the thing.
Oh,
The name change. I see it.
yeah.
It happened.
It happened.
All right. We are back.
My curiosity. It's killing me.
Where on this slightly damaged stretch of road, there are 2 wagons, one on one side, still in usable shape. The other one, 2 broken wheels and 1 broken axle, turned on its side. Several crates have been reorganized and stacked neatly, with a handful of other goods that have been organized that were broken out of their containers. There are 4 wounded individuals here, a family of people that were traveling together with these goods. And 3 individuals, 2 of which were hired guardsmen who were killed in the attack, and 1 that was the eldest son of the family. They died defending the family before White Cross and Ivar arrived. But everything is well organized. You are introduced to the rest of the White Cross Company members here, of which I've given you a list of names in the Roll20 chat. They're all relatively sociable individuals. Just so you have a better visual idea, I'm just going to kind of go down the list and give you a description of each. Corporal Racker, as they are called. She stands at about 5'6", dark olive-colored skin, a long scar that stretches from one eye over her nose and down just past her lip, and a corresponding scar that matches across her helmet, where you can clearly tell a blow nearly took her life, but the helmet saved her. She is adorned with a bandolier of crossbow bolts that you can tell their heads are affixed with unique types of gadgetry that have been affixed at some point, and a heavily modified heavy crossbow slung over her back. Short sword longsword and just a battery of belt patches. Looks like someone who likes to tinker. Next up is Private Lionel, sometimes referred to as Kit. He is the youngest in the group, and he's one of the most recent hires. He's what you would call a greenie. He's very polite and well-meaning. He's very well-mannered. He calls everyone sir or madam, and then by their name. Kind of to the point where it kind of gets on people's nerves. He kind of gets bullied by the rest of the members, but like in good humor. Like he's just a little brother. Private Kari or Karis is a wood elf. She's out of the group probably the quietest of the two. Her skin tone is much dark, closer to the bark color of the trees you guys are currently surrounded by. She has bright brown colored eyes, almost orange. She carries with her a beautifully curved long bow. The staff has these just amazing, intricate wood carved details in it. She has a bandolier of daggers across her chest, stands at a very tall 6'1", relatively slim, and has a quick reaction time. A couple of you noticed where there's like one of the apples from the goods was kind of rolling off of a crate, and she snapped and caught it out of the air without looking at it. Is a little bit quiet, but will still happily entertain a conversation, but is kind of abrupt and short in her temper. Asan, Private Asan, is a mountain dwarf who is quite loud. Out of everyone, you can tell he is the most heavily armored. They sometimes refer to him as a armored hamster ball. And that he's small, round, and can run at people very quickly. He carries a battle axe and a warhammer on either hip, and that is it for weaponry. The armor itself, while most of the White Cross Company wears what is pretty uniform equipment, his is heavily modified, and has these spikes jutting out of various parts of the armor. He's got a long, dark brown beard that has several silver beads and rings woven into it. Again, very loud, very hospitable. Kind of comes up and introduces himself to everybody. He's the kind of guy that grabs your hand for a handshake. He's one of those, even for Kenna, which is very funny, given the height differentiation there. And then Private Lee, who is a little unusual for the area. She is a Triton. But even for a Triton, for a female Triton, she is larger than average. Comparable, she's about 7'2". Very heavily muscle bound, and has a very long, clearly Triton in origin halberd blade on her back. She carries with herself an air of confidence, has a fanged smile, and is decorated in a bunch of silver and coral jewelry, along with nose rings, septum piercings. It's a very Triton aesthetic. And jewelry in Triton history and culture is given to other Tritons by individuals that care for them very deeply. So typically a Triton that is well adorned in jewelry is someone that is well beloved. It is very easy to note not all of the jewelry she wears is Triton. There are a couple of what you would consider more traditional jewelry styles that stand out, which you think probably belong to a couple of the White Cross company members that have given to her. Yes, excuse me. Aha! Not an elf.
Heck.
Nerd.
Okay, but you called the other one a wood elf.
Yeah, that one's fair. Itasi.
Yeah, I forget tridents are their own thing a lot of times.
I'll probably change it someday, but an Itasi.
Yeah, I was dying this entire time. But you almost fought. I almost got you.
Yeah, it's not a good thing to correct me incorrectly about things. That's bad. Don't be proud.
Okay, I almost corrected myself.
So how's the party doing?
How is the party doing?
I meant their party. What are they doing?
Oh, they're setting up a perimeter. They have 2 people keeping watch. Off to the side of the road with the damaged wagon, which is not currently being used, is where the camp is being set up. They've cleared a space. They have gathered firewood already, and are using bits of the wreckage from the wagon that is just irredeemable. It can't be fixed based off of their what they have available to them. And they've dug a proper fire pit. They have some screens, some tied up canvas to reduce some wind, and they have tents that they're arranging. As expected from a well-organized military company, their camp does not really leave much wanting.
Do they have a watch schedule set up?
You don't know if they have a schedule, but they have 2 people currently already on watch. It's like actively just sort of doing a small perimeter walk.
Okay. Is William still with us?
Yeah, everyone's together. The 2 that are on patrol right now are Private Lionel and Private Kari.
Gotcha.
But everyone's within earshot.
Okay.
Given they were told this was a hostile area, they're not doing too much wandering.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask. Somebody said Squilliam, and I honestly can't remember.
William.
William. I'm gonna ask William if he needs any help with the watch, like if he needs any extra hands, and offer to fill a position on if needed.
Well, we're used to running on our own, but if you want to chip in, we can always use more help. There's no complaints there. You can take one of the later shifts with Private Hassan, and the dwarf just kind of raises his mug to you.
Is he drinking?
He is drinking.
Got enough of that to share?
Can you handle your ale?
Decently.
Yeah, that's where William just sort of like leans in. Yeah, he's actually the only one allowed to drink, due to his fortitude for it. He doesn't actually get drunk while drinking.
No, they do.
Otherwise, we have a strict no alcohol policy.
As he's drinking.
Well, again, the exception is Hassan. Because Hassan doesn't actually.
I thought he said William was the exception. My bad.
No, Hassan is the exception. Because Hassan does not get plastered from drinking ale. Because dwarves.
Well, neither do I. Start up a conversation that can be happening in the background.
Mm-hmm.
Else is getting settled.
Anything anyone would like to do?
Kenna's gonna go find the Triton.
Sure.
Oh.
She's like
Can I pull?
the rest of the Rycross company are just kind of they've gathered around the fire.
Mm-hmm. So just going to sit down next to Lee. So this is going to be probably awkward, but you Kenna's doesn't know what a Triton is. Kenna has
that's
no
fair.
idea what a Triton is.
Yep, don't really see Tritons in the mountains.
So Kenna's gonna sit down next to her and go, I am very intrigued by you. What are you?
They just kind of turn and look at you through the helmet.
Specifically because of their size, Kenna's only used to seeing Goliaths or giants
Mm-hmm.
that big.
I'm what you would call a Triton. Not met one of my kind before.
Never. where do you come from? It's going to be a lot of these basic questions to begin the conversation, just ahead of time.
I live in Harbor, as it stands with the rest of the company. But I originally hail from the Dragon's Hoard Sea, far to the northwest. Is where my kingdom resides. Rather, the kingdom I belong to resides.
I have not seen a sea before. Dude. I apologize. I am just very intrigued. I don't know what your customs are, but at some point after, would you wrestle?
Are you asking it as a cultural question, or are you challenging?
Both. I find it would be very fun.
Lee just kind of looks over at Asan. Asan just kind of nods encouragingly. And then Lee looks back. Sure. Why not?
Asan's the guy I'm drinking with, right?
Yep.
I give Kenna a big thumbs up.
Oh. And then so I don't know if you intended for our party to have already introduced all of ourselves, but if not, Kenna would.
Sort of casually.
Yeah. Kenna go, well, I come from a mountain tribe, and I don't know what it's like at the sea, but one of our favorite pastimes is to just wrestle. Can Kenna tell that she is technically bigger than Kenna? Not taller, but
Stronger.
bigger, yeah.
She's not, due to your genes, you're technically still a little, proportion-wise, still a little larger. But strength-wise, you know what? Make a perception check.
All
Or an
right.
investigation, whatever tickles your fancy.
Spec those pecs.
Well, I'm trying to do math. 17 total.
Okay. Physically speaking, you definitely think she's strong.
And he goes, by the looks of it, you will probably win, but nonetheless, I haven't been able to wrestle in a long time, so I appreciate it.
Let me finish my dinner.
Of course. And then maybe afterwards you would tell me tales of the sea.
Very well.
There you go.
Can I walk up to Kenna real fast, unfortunately?
At the fire, tap Kenna's shoulder.
Whenever you want. I prefer sooner rather than later, but if not, then I will be out for the night. Probably literally. Hey Dyer. Was Ivar introduced as the medic to the rest of you? Because I remember hearing.
Ivar was not introduced to any of you.
Okay.
The sergeant purposely, when you guys walked into the camp, he kind of did the head count of, all right, as Kenna, as Gwen, Edelweiss, et cetera, and he introduced them to his company. He didn't see where Ivar went or when Ivar reintegrated, so he just has sort of accepted. It's yeah, and there's another one around here. He's a bit of a strange one. If you meet him, don't be afraid. He's one of our. Oh, he's a hire.
Okay. Then, if Kenna's not going to say anything else, presumably I will head back to the sergeant.
Yeah, everyone's around the campfire.
Yeah,
so you're literally going nowhere.
place.
And
Ken is going to eat dinner.
Yeah. This is giving flashbacks to last time. Interrupting Kenna while dinner.
Venison stew, by the way.
Oh my god. that
Soup
sounds
again.
Ooh.
good. Stew.
Again. I will ask the sergeant. You said there was someone taking care of these people. Are they around? Or whom?
Somewhere. If you can find him, you can speak to him. His name's Ivar. He's a hireling we picked up while we were in Stenholm. He wears dark equipment. He's kind of hard to spot when he doesn't want to be seen. So he's around here somewhere. You can go around calling his name if you want, but he typically finds you, and don't be startled. He just kind of shows up and doesn't.
Oh. I will kind of do a quick glance and see if I can find anyone.
Perception check. At disadvantage. Because he's Batman.
I'd like to note that at this time, after introducing himself to Lars, he won't be purposely stealthy. He may still be hard to spot, but he's not purposely trying to hide from people.
That's an 8.
Nope. It's not even that you're even trying to, like, he's not even hiding anymore. It's just, he always just kind of like looks around, like, you just don't see him.
And he's walking in the background. He's just walking where is this guy? He's just walking in the background.
It's the unfortunateness of I'm always walking where their head is not, so they look like to the right and I'm to their left. They look to the left, I'm to their right.
Yep.
Then we'll give a few minutes of looking, not like trying to go around, but kind of like sitting in a place, sitting around the fire, trying to find them.
Yeah, no,
I'm not
just,
sure
in those
what
few
it-
minutes, you don't really notice Ivar.
Fine.
He has
will head
not come and joined the campfire yet.
Fine. I'll head out to the camp and do a report. If they want me to do that vocal, then I'll do it later. If not, then
Well, we can get back to you in a second.
yeah. Because there's more important things going on.
That being said, and finally, because I didn't forget you, Modaheim, on your check.
Yes.
It was when the mask was removed. The name Ivar kind of sticks out in your head. And it was one of those, it's like on the tip of your tongue and you can't quite pull the memory. And then when you saw his face, you begin to think more and more. And as the conversation kind of went, as your mind was more keenly focused on trying to keep your identity secret, when you finally had that moment of disengage and your brain was free to think openly, you pushed back and you pushed back and you pushed back. And while it's been several years, you do remember a half-orc that worked for your family in the manufacturing factory underneath Eric that went by the name of Ivar. He was a laborer, but was also one of the on-site medics in case there was an accident and somebody was hurt. He was trained in medicine. Was a hard, loyal worker and was with the family for several years. When you kind of think about it, it's just the instance of when the attack happened on the estate that night, you just have no idea where a lot of people ended up. But you're now fairly confident, despite the appearance, the outer appearance, the garb being very dramatically different from what you remember. You're pretty confident this is the same person.
I'd like to think that, like, as Lars is like walking back to camp with Ivar, he just suddenly just goes like, it's like a moment, and he
The
turns
steps
and
kind of
looks,
slow, and then you stop completely.
Yeah, and it's like a snap of just snap up, turn, and just look directly at Ivar, and he'll like sort of point a finger out and go, "I know you."
Oh?
I
Did
It's been. I apologize. It's 5 years, and he'll say this quite quietly. He'll say, just 2 seconds. Yeah, just 2 seconds. I think I might have locked my Charlotte out of the house. Just 2 seconds.
The worst timing for a phone call ever.
Oh my god.
Oh, as if stuff like that hadn't happened to me. But Chris continues.
Yeah. It.
Lars is just
Also,
stunned.
I don't know, Dyer. Yeah.
Mm.
How much has Ivar aged between then and now? Because I'm thinking he doesn't exactly know the time.
I am a
that it's been.
bad man.
Naughty
Anyway,
boy.
yeah,
And
yeah.
not much at all, actually. To answer your question.
Right, so I was just trying to get back into it. So yeah, he's pointing, and he'll say like, "I apologize. It's been far too long. You were under the tutelage of Eric Rudigam at the factory. I did work there as well."
Ivar, make a history check.
Depending on this history, I only have a +1, but I want to see the result. Oh no, a D6 can't save that.
You hear the name, but it doesn't sound familiar to you.
Okay, he'll cock his head again. Like, some of his movements don't seem like they seem weird. And with that one, even like you can tell behind the mask, because he's put it back on. He doesn't know who you're talking about.
The master craftsman working at the gun factory in Harbor. Surely you must know. The guy was very loud and obnoxious. Made a lot of jewelry before he became a gunsmith.
No, I can't remember such a name.
That's fine. Yeah. We shall continue the conversation, but just know, yes, I do remember. It just took me a while. I've had a crazy half decade of things happen to me that I will explain to you later.
I can sort of see that.
He'll begin to sort of walk back to the camp, and he'll see like the broken. What is it? Is it like a trailer or a carriage?
It was a covered top wagon.
Yeah. He'll look over to it, and he'll just say to Ivar, he'll say, "I might be able to fix that."
Well, that will be good.
Let's
needed.
let's reassess. Make an investigation check. Lars,
Might.
you are very
Keyword
handy,
there is
but there is some
might.
significant damage here. I'm gonna give you a chance to reevaluate your observation first.
Nah. What is it? Investigation? Yeah. So, I mean, that's a 2, but I would like to. Sorry, no, it's not a 2. It's a 8 overall. But I would like to re-roll that
All right, sure. Oop.
because I wanna fix this. I see something that can help people. I think I could fix it. So I'm gonna roll one more time. No, that's outside. That's better. That's a 14.
All right. So the damage is very obvious. It's flipped on its side. Other than the wagon bed itself being splintered in one spot, which is less of the concern, than the 2 broken wheels and one completely snapped axle. You have the skill set to fix this with the right resources and time. Doing it out here in the middle of nowhere without carpentry tools would be a challenge.
Yeah. I was just like, thinking, Lars is thinking about his blacksmith tools and able to like sort of craft a rudimentary fix maybe of some sort.
It would be extremely difficult.
Yeah.
You are more than welcome to try. It is a great challenge. And Lars can see.
He'll just sort of like, he'll he as he said might be able to fix it. He'll stop and turn back to Ivor slightly and just go, the important word being might, and continue on towards the camp. Carrying the gun. He's, by the way, sorry, just to fill the scene a bit more. He's got his backpack on. He must have got from Edelweiss from some time, and he's carrying the gun case with him as well.
Okay. But who are the people that you travel with? I don't remember them. I don't think I've seen them. They look interesting.
He, as he's like, as he's just continue walking it back.
So it's kind of.
He'll just sort of like gesture. He'll just with a slight shrug and just say, "I have only known these people for about a month and a half. Yeah. That one over there." He points towards Thrix. He'll say, "That one over there had information about my ultimate goal that I'm trying to seek. But again, I'll explain more. I don't want to. It's very sensitive subject, but also at the same time, I know I'm being hunted, and I can't give away too much, especially when there's open ears."
Oh. Head cocks the other direction. Oh, okay.
And we're slowly making our way to the camp at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you guys weren't that far
Yeah.
off, so you kind of walk in. Edelweiss, you'll see the pair walking up. The description of Ivar that you were given very obviously marks him as the individual that is having a very casual, quiet conversation with Mordaheim.
Noted, I won't bother.
Meanwhile, you have this awkward conversation happening at the campfire with Thrix, who is eating stew for the first time, and he's asking what each individual piece in the stew is.
God.
And just like a mildly dumbfounded Private Hassan who's just going and explaining each individual piece. And then he begins to ask, "What is this? Why does it taste like this?" And then he begins talking about the spice combinations that he's used from his homeland. It's very funny because they're looking at him like, what's... They do a bunch of eye checks between the rest of your party at the campfire and then back towards him, like, what's his deal?
Stop making Thrix cute, goddammit.
He's learning.
I don't know, and good luck.
Don't
Gwen's
judge
just
Thrix for not
watching
knowing.
with like, yeah, Gwen's just like watching with like a mug of ale, and it's just occasionally answering questions for her.
Mm.
So,
Mhm.
Hassan,
Hi.
how long have you known this Ivar for?
Less than a week.
Where'd you pick him up?
Stenholm.
Hmm.
We were passing through and getting orders as to the direction we'd head in, where the company split up. Our squad went this way towards Dayayok, and he said he was heading in that direction, so we offered to pay him to travel along. He had some skills we found useful.
Does your company normally take on outside hirelings?
Sometimes, if they fulfill a need.
You short on healers then?
No, we just didn't know what we were walking into, and our healer is bed sick. Got a spot of the fever back in harbor, so she couldn't come with us. So it was convenient.
Damn shame.
Happens sometimes.
Know much about him? Does he talk much?
No, quiet individual. Kind of has a habit of just sort of popping up when you least expect him.
That kind.
But reliable, takes orders well. Competent healer, magically speaking, and medicinally speaking. Doesn't really show his face a whole lot. Matter of fact, I don't think I've ever seen his face.
Interesting.
Hmm.
Taking a liking to one of them. Just figured I'd find out what I could.
Mm-hmm. Not harmless by any stretch of the imagination, but not a terrible person.
Certainly doesn't look it.
No, well, I'd argue it's a look thing, but doesn't make waves. Just polite and considerate. Seems to have some sort of goal. Doesn't really talk about it. Just sort of see him staring off in the distance sometimes.
Just a long sigh, followed by a longer draw from the mug. We certainly do attract the special ones.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I suppose no one joins us. Good enough. So, tell me about yourself then.
Well,
And this can go back to just being...
yeah, he starts on a tangent like, so my father was a mason, his father before him was a mason, and they made many beautiful statues for a bunch of the upper class in Utgard. I came around, I hated working stone, so they disowned me. And I left and began traveling and started killing monsters for a living, eventually joined the company, and here I am. There's a bit more in between. There's a bit more meat in between, but that's like the short and long of it.
Yeah, Gwen's probably just gonna get into like a drawn-out story sharing. I'm not gonna say competition, but certainly.
Yeah, just casual drinking, Yeah, but this story. Yeah, but this story.
Yeah, but this...
Yep, Asan heavily leans into it. He enjoys it.
Good to know.
Okay. Who's got something on their plate that needs to be done? I see you guys freaking out in chat, so come on, step up.
Not freaking out.
Oh, everyone else is, not you.
Can I just state what
Yep.
Lars will do in the meantime? Literally sit down, eat, drink, and polish up Poetic Justice, which he hasn't done in a while and he feels really bad about. That's it for now.
People eye you when you take out the rifle, just so you know. It draws attention.
I know.
Okay. Just that you should know. Like, it's just like all of the White Cross Company pay attention to it when that happens. Other than that, what else?
I was gonna plan to attack to Dad if that's something we want to do. Not directly though. If not, I can just skip it and do something else. Because I have another thing I want to do.
We can get to it, but not first. Ivar, you keep trying to get a word in.
Yeah, I'll just quickly. He'll sit by Lars, and he'll watch the other members of the troop that he was traveling with. Mostly Kenna, because he wants to see the bout between Henna and Lee. He's sort of intrigued by the giantess that also wears a mask.
And for the record, while traveling with them, you've seen Lee like pile drive some of these creatures you guys have fought. Lee has shown that she is a force to be reckoned with. So you're definitely like, oh yes, this a wrestling match? I'm interested. For the record, there's already a secret pool going around between the rest of the White Cross Company members.
I was just about to say Lars would turn to Ivar and say 10 gold on Kenna.
Might be 10 gold you lose, sir.
I will. Why not? The 10 gold on Lee.
It's Corporal Racker who's taking bets. She has a small little like clipboard, and she's actually like taking down notes.
Okay.
With the 20 gold between the two of you, it raises the total pot to 100.
Ooh.
Oh.
And only.
Okay. Yeah.
So during the dinner, Kenna's just talking to Lee, and they're just kind of going back and forth about the small talk, and then Kenna's gonna ask. So, has people finished their dinner yet in this time?
Yeah, I feel like most people,
Okay.
kind of sat down, grabbed a bowl of stew, and have kind of worked their way through it.
Mm-hmm. So normally, when we wrestle, there's usually nothing involved, but I feel like I may not get to spend any more time getting to know you past Mourning. So I would wager. I don't know what your abilities are or your skills, but if you win, I have no problem assisting you and your party in some way that I can with my magic. But I am very interested in any maps you may have. So if I win, could I possibly copy your maps?
Lee just kind of looks over at the sergeant, and you see the sergeant consider. You know what? Sure. You can actually best Lee. Seems like a fair reward for it.
I appreciate it. Yeah. Your brother was really good at maps too.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of learned a thing from him for those 3 weeks. Anyways. And kind of like gets up and goes, stretches, and takes the breastplate off, and is going to just wrestle in clothes, and takes her mask off.
Everyone else is still kind of, having polite conversation, but when it was clear that both you and Lee finished your meals, Lee sort of steps off to the side and begins doffing her armor as well. Going down to just plain clothes, which once the armor and the winter clothes are gone, you do get a very, very good sense of the fact that Lee is very well built. Heavily defined and toned muscles, and close to about 24 easily observable scars. This is a Triton that has fought and lived through many battles. Funnily enough, the only reasonable place to do this at is in the middle of the road. Really the only clear place, so that's where everyone kind of works their way over to. And you kind of more or less get this, like, the small smattering of a loose circle around the road A couple of people step up on the top of the overturned wagon to watch from a high position. The White Cross Company all just sort of takes attention, and William's leaning against the side of the wagon, arms crossed over his chest, sort of watching. Racker's closer, kneeling down in front, so that way she's kind of acting as a ref, just to kind of keep an eye on things.
Mm-hmm.
Especially since she's also responsible for the bets. And even a couple of the members of the merchant caravan have sort of peeked their heads out to see what's going on.
That, along with having the mask off, Kenna also, for the first time, puts all of her hair back in like a big ponytail.
Okay.
Lars will shout over to Lars will shout over to Kenna. You better win. I put money on you. But then he'll sort of laugh it off and just go, and he'll basically just say like, do your best, in a really like confidence giving tone, and that's your natural leader. That's your D6.
And I looks over. Thanks, Lars. I'll always give it my best. And we'll like scoop the soil up in her hands and rub them together.
Classic gladiator. Love it.
Also just druid.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta have that earth. There's no ash around, otherwise it would be that.
I mean, there's an actively going campfire if you really wanted to match.
Nah, that's fine. Actually, yeah, you know what? Yeah, Kenna would just quickly like scoop her hand in through the fire.
Mm-hmm.
And like rub some ash on her forearms and up on her like shoulders.
From the sidelines, Gwen's just gonna call, "Prove me wrong, Kenna."
The thing that is interesting and very obvious for when Lee kind of emerges onto the road is that Lee has taken the time and removed every piece of her jewelry.
Mm-hmm.
And then steps up, kind of doing the big obvious stretches before a bout in cold weather.
I really do appreciate you, doing this with me. It does mean a lot. And kind of goes, so I guess it's grappling only, wrestling, and to submission.
You get a nod.
Okay.
All right.
Kenna's ready.
So this is how this is going to happen.
Yep.
There's going to be damage involved, but we're going to use HP only as a symbolic reference. You're not going to be taking any actual damage.
Very low on HP.
No. We're going to use your maximum HP.
Oh, okay. So 55.
Yeah. Because you guys have more or less been short resting. You guys have been chilling. So you've had a chance to, gather your strength a little. So whatever your full HP is, that's what you're going to be using. Essentially how this is going to work is that you're going to actively try to initiate the grapple, and whoever has the other in a grapple, you're going to be able to deal your athletics modifier and damage to them. And then if they manage to break free, they have an opportunity to switch who controls the grapple, and it's going to kind of go back and forth.
All right, you'll probably have to remind me, but I think I got most of that.
Yeah. I'm making this up as I go, so don't worry. I'll remind me too.
What's this D6 for though? What can I use it on?
An ability check, a saving throw, or an attack roll. It's a bardic inspiration.
Oh, all right, cool. I'm ready.
Okay. Well, let's open up. You can let's open up with an athletics check from both of you.
Mm-hmm. Right as we go into it, Kenna just goes, Kenna will say to herself, if you're watching, just trying to prove something to you, and that's to Nay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, athletics?
Yep.
Let's go with this D20. Okay. I think I got a +5. Yep. All right, that is a 16 to start.
Ooh, that was close. 18.
Damn.
Lee comes in, kind of with a stalking gait, very abruptly, kind of just smashes her hands onto her forearms or onto her biceps, and then just comes at you with sort of arms open, and goes left, feints right, and then comes in at your waist and lifts you up and body slams you. So you are going to take the initial opening damage of, give me a second, math, 10 points of damage.
Okay. Plus 10 to athletics.
Clash
Yeah,
of the
if you want
Titans.
to figure out
Jesus.
the numbers, I'll just give you the numbers. Plus 4 strength modifier, and expertise in athletics.
Yep.
So 3 double six.
Yep. So I took 10 damage.
Mhm.
Yep, that makes sense. All right. Cool. Now what?
So you both, she's immediately taken this to the ground, and more or less moves around to grapple you, and it is more or less going to attempt to break your arm. Obviously not full on, but that's the maneuver. So now you do another contested check. You can use athletics or acrobatics to try to break free. The DC though does not change. It is going to stay the opening number that she rolled. So an 8.
Oh, all right. Well, I got a 23.
All right, so you will break free. So this moment you manage to sort of twist and grab an arm and break free of the grapple and separate yourself briefly. Because you rolled exactly 5 higher, you can attempt to now counter grapple. So it's just another check, but you can do so at advantage.
Yes, I'm going to, after spinning free, I'm going to try and get behind. And the arm that she was using to twist mine, I'm going to try and get into a lock and then kind of grab around the chest and throw forward.
Okay.
Is it advantage?
Yeah, yep, at advantage.
Yeah, so did I. 25.
Ooh.
Nope, sorry, 24. It's a 19.
You beat her by 1.
Oh.
So you'll quickly, sort of just, I can't word, brain dead. You'll quickly maneuver and sidestep, getting around and behind, and then just wrapping your arms around her, sort of just locking her in, and then as you get her, you just sort of push. And what was the goal? To flip?
No, just basically like to grab it and then throw my weight with power for build forward to basically just body slam, like.
Oh,
where
okay.
Yeah.
Just boom, gotcha.
Yeah.
Like felling a tree, no problem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You will both go down. You will slam Lee into the ground. What's your athletics modifier?
It is a 5.
Okay. So
Yep,
Lee will take
24.
5 points of damage.
Yeah, I've got 45 out of 55. Probably has higher health too. It's gonna be a 2-to-1 probably ratio. I have to get 2 good ones for every time she gets a good one.
All right. Hitting the ground. She is going to attempt to try to break free.
24.
It's a tough one to beat. She won't succeed. 22.
It better be a tough one to beat. It's one higher from my highest possible.
Yeah. I mean, you know her bonus, so you know the odds of me, you know the odds of me beating it.
Oh yeah, it's very possible.
Yeah, I can't roll higher than average though, so she's not. And because she fails, she will take another 5. What is your next maneuver? You still have Lee pinned to the ground.
So I got an arm wrapped around her like upper torso, right? Like below her neck, above her breast, and then I have her one arm. So I want to like get up to one knee to where I can like bend her backwards.
Okay. All right.
Like if she's doing the that yoga pose, you would, but like a
Mhm.
little further than comfortable.
All right. Make another athletics check.
God. Fucking. I just want some maps, bro.
I can't roll higher than a 13.
Oh shit, that came up. Nope. I don't care what it lands
Wow.
on. That did not go on the tray. All right. Come on, fix. Oh, there we go. 16 plus 5 for 21.
Close, but not good enough.
I know, 23.
Yeah, she manages to break free, spinning to her right and freeing herself, and then immediately re-engaging with you, charging headlong into your lowered position, attempting to tackle you back to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Another athletics check, please. Come on, Lee. There we go.
Oh, no, don't say things like that.
Oh, it's spicy.
I'm sure it is. It's not, I mean...
These are only numbers that I see in my Friday.
29. 29.
I mean, I'm going to have lower. It's a 13 plus 5. I just can't do math.
18.
Yeah.
Yeah. She rolled a 30.
Yeah.
I got a crit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she spins, gets out of it, comes off to the side, spears you right in the abdomen, taking you immediately to the ground, but instead of stopping, uses the momentum to then twist with her arms, switching so her legs are wrapping around the top of your shoulders and abdomen, and flips you ass over tea kettle through the air and onto the ground.
Another 10.
For another 10.
All right. 35. Okay.
She climbs back up, does one of the just huge snaps of like the crack of the neck, and you just hear all the bones down her spine sort of click back into place. But she is going to wait for you to recover before re-engaging.
Okay.
Just gonna stand 5-10 feet away, waiting. Everybody is just thoroughly enthralled by this match.
So she's taken 10 and I've taken 20. Just
So
keeping
far.
track.
Yeah.
Okay. So kind of like doesn't brush any of that soil off. She kind of just takes some deep breaths. I like that move. That was good. And then trying to use her powerful build, Ken is gonna like dart real quick, but then actually go into a slide to try and get just one leg, because Kenna wants to actually lift her by one leg straight up into the air and then throw her to the side.
Okay.
Kind of like you know how in the Scott or Ford, you know how in the Scottish games they go and they grab the bottom of the log and then they just toss the log
Yeah,
up.
the caber toss. Yeah, I got you.
So Ken is doing that, but with one of her legs. Is
All
what I'm
right.
trying.
Yeah, go for it.
And I'm going to use the inspiration.
Oh, those are. Yeah, I mean, it's average, but still not great.
So I can just add the d6, right?
Yeah. You just add it, roll, and add the number to the total.
Okay. 1 second. I have to move my. I got to move my tray because that rolled out and then onto my desk. Come on. Oh, okay, I like that number. And I like that number. I love my d6s so much. 18 plus my 5 for athletics. So it's 23 plus a 6.
Oh, so 29.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow.
Her 19 does not beat.
So
That's a 19
I
total.
do like
That was one below her max.
I basically do like a 1-step dash and then a second like a 1-2 and then slide to the leg and then just toss while standing up in motion as well.
Yeah. And it's smooth. You get underneath, just hands eventually catching around the ankle, and you slip, one hand just literally digging through the stone of the road till you get underneath her bare foot. And then you just, with all of your strength and might, stand from that position with her underneath, with her foot in your hand, and you just chuck with all the momentum of you standing up. And she just can't prepare well for it. She's going to try to catch herself as she just fuck. Let's go with what's kind of strength modifier?
Just a 2.
Just a 2. Okay, so you will throw her 10 feet.
Okay.
She's gonna try to catch herself. Does not. Comes falling back down, and just a hard crunch onto her shoulder and back. She's just for how bad of a fumble that is, she's gonna take another increment of damage there, and then she'll take another increment of damage for not having succeeded on grappling.
Just 10.
Yeah, so 10 total.
Okay. I don't have a lot of those in me, but
Even.
I hope that impressed you. Kenna says that to her.
Yeah. She, like, there's a moment where like she hits the ground and she actually has to like stop to catch her breath, and then gets up. And you can tell her left arm. There's a spot where there was a jagged rock on the road that just sort of carved a chunk into her shoulder. She just sort of gets up. This dark purple blood kind of now starting to coat her scales, and she gets up. No, it was a good move. I was honestly not expecting something like that. And just comes at you again.
Yeah, I basically, because she had let me have a recover, I went for that instead of an actual grapple.
Oh, there we go.
That's
I
don't like that noise.
It's a
do
good
I need to roll?
You do.
Oh lord, can I beat it? That's a real question.
Your modifier is a 5.
Yeah. Can I actually beat it?
By numbers alone, no. But it does matter. You still have to roll.
Okay.
How hard she wins over
Yeah,
you.
well, yes, exactly. So failing by X amount means more things happen.
Yeah. All right, I'll roll. Don't you worry. But I'm also looking at something. All right. I'll keep this in the back pocket. Okay. Dirty 20, 15 and 5.
Okay, that's good. That's good. She rolled a 26.
Oof.
So comes in and, borrowing a little inspiration from you, gets really close, and what appears to be just a full-on frontal assault, feints, slides left just behind you, her arm hooking through one of your legs, dragging you to the ground, and then comes back around with a leg that comes just through your neck and winds around between your shoulder blades, and she twists real hard. You're gonna take another 10 points.
Okay.
You are currently locked in this, so if you would like to break free, you need to roll another athletics check.
Okay. Well, if that's the DC, I wouldn't be able to.
Yeah, it is the DC.
Yet. However. All right, we'll see. I'm at 25 out of 55. Dang. Okay. I'll roll.
Okay.
All I can do. Well.
Suddenly, Kenna becomes a brown bear.
No, that would be cheating. I rolled a 17 for 22.
Okay. It is good enough to break yourself free. You've managed to gain a little bit of ground. So you won't take an instance of damage, but she still has you.
Okay.
This will then, again, I'm making all these rules up as we go.
Yeah, you're fine.
We will then,
let's roll it.
we will then on the next time, there will just be a roll off. There'll be a contest where she'll re-roll, so the number will change. How do you try to break free? She's currently got one hand on a leg and a foot in her calf between your neck and pressed down between your shoulder blades, and it's kind of twisting in this way that if you try to wiggle either direction, you put too much pressure on one side of your body. So it's actually a very effective grapple.
I'm actually going to, instead of trying to move any parts of those, I'm going to try to use the ability to lift that, like, just the powerful build ability to lift weight, so that I'm not actually, like, fighting the grapple. What I'm doing is I'm trying to, I'm using the other leg that's not actually contained at all to basically squat push to shift so that the momentum is changed, so that we're in a different direction.
I'm into it.
So I'm not actually trying to get that grapple broken, but what I'm doing is just I'm offsetting her pressure.
Yep.
So she still has me, but I'm like just lifting and moving her weight.
Yeah, go for it. Her current roll is beatable for you.
Is this considered okay? Let me know when we're considered at the beginning of a turn.
We're at the beginning. We be there.
Let me know when we're at the beginning of another turn.
Okay. Well, what's your number?
It is 16 plus 5, 21.
All right. You just meet the DC, so you will break free.
No, is that getting out of the grapple completely, or just moving her moving that weight?
You can get out of the grapple. You create an opening for yourself. One you did not expect and managed to break free.
Okay. Yeah, make some distance, and then she looking tired at all?
No, she looks like she's gotten more fired up since it started.
Yeah.
Ever since you tossed her, she's gotten like way more into this.
All right.
Her eyes are dilated.
Yeah. Please tell me she's a barbarian.
Of an archetype.
Ah, there we go. I love a good rage. I will. Is this considered the start? Because I'm gonna go for.
It is.
All right. I will, if possible, considering it's the start of a turn, I would like to legendary endurance to roll hit points back.
Sure.
As a second win type of a feature.
Yeah, go for it.
All right. So it's just my hit die. Trying to see how much I can gain back for this. What is my hit die? An 8?
D8.
Yeah.
D8 plus 2.
Okie dokie.
Nothing like getting over the loss of a friend by watching a good wrestle.
Yeah. I've got to get some of this frustration out somehow.
Quick, go back to the mudslide.
You know what's great? This is almost exactly what happened with Tal and Kali.
Okay. Just because this is coming to the close, I'm just gonna use. Oh, it's proficiency bonus. I can only do 3. Okay. Woo! 7 for 2 out of the D8, and then an 8, so 15.
All right.
I get 15 back, so I'm at 40.
Good. That's a perfect increment.
Yeah. All right. So that be there, and then I will try to do the good old damage grapple. Come on.
Better.
That's another dirty 20.
Okay. You guys meet. It's the classic two titans run at each other, and you just match each other's grips, and you are locked in perfect harmony, pushing back against one another.
Does it like echo across the field?
It does,
or the
yeah. Like
forest that we're
the fresh snow just kind of flies outwards.
It sounds like when
Oh
two
my
rugby
God.
players like tackle each other. It's just a fleshy smack.
Mm-hmm.
Do we roll again?
Yep.
All right. That's another dirty 20. Another 15.
Wow, you were these
17?
rolls.
17 plus 10?
No. 7 plus 10.
Oh!
Oh my god. All right.
Wow.
So what's your move?
So we're kind of locked.
Mm-hmm.
See that she does a lot of body targeting, like a lot of limb targeting.
Mm-hmm.
Since she is slightly shorter than me, I'm gonna try and go for a chokehold.
Okay. Yeah, that's a solid plan.
Because if I stand all the way up and I can hold her up with me, she can't get her feet on the ground.
Mm-hmm. All right. Yeah, you succeed. You get her in a chokehold, and you stretch yourself to the point that you all sort of see the edge, the heels of Lee's feet rise off the ground, and just the tips of her toes that are kind of brushing up against the road. A very difficult place to recover from. We're gonna see what Lee can do about it.
Roll again.
No, she has to try to break herself free.
Okay.
And she doesn't. I rolled a 2 and a 7.
Oh no. Thought she is doing the advantage bit. I love a good rage fight.
Oh
Yes.
yeah, she is. She is.
Yes.
I've been doing it the whole time, which is the part that's even more amazing, that you've been keeping pace.
All right. I have 3 d20s. 2 of them love me. 1 of them is 50-50. So I'm using the one that loves me.
Oh, so yeah, like you've got her there, and she
All
just
right.
she can't. She's got both hands up on your forearm, trying to give herself a
Right.
little bit of space.
Mhm.
And also, you feel what you think the tactic is coming. She's trying to lift herself as your arm is an anchor point. Your arm is not going to move. That's the point. She's trying to use it as a point to lift herself from, but she just can't get the grip right.
She's basically trying to do like a pull up on my arm. Yep. All right. So roll again.
Yep.
I don't know what this is gonna. Yeah. There we go.
Okay. Average.
Natural
average?
20.
Oh my god.
Wow. I rolled a 24.
25.
Yep.
Woo!
What's your
Baby, where's my
move?
phone?
Are you just choking her out? Is it the continued play?
I'm actually gonna raise my arms to get her a little further off the ground.
Okay.
Kenna sees that there's only a few ways to beat somebody stronger than her, and it's using both stature and height.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 7'2" to 7'8". There's
It's a
6
good-
and
it's a good
half
maneuver.
foot. So yeah, is that 5 more then?
Yeah.
Sweet. Where's my phone?
She's officially at half health.
Half, you say? Gross. Oh, because she's taking. Is she taking the 5, or is she reducing it?
She's taking 5. No, she's not. I'm not reducing.
Okay.
Just like I'm not adding in rage damage either.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so we roll again.
No, you've currently got her locked with a 25. She has to try to break free.
Okay.
So I rolled, and I did roll twice, and I got a 12 and then a 25.
Bummer.
So she matches.
Mhm.
And you watch
So
in.
yeah.
Go ahead.
I'll say the defender would win. That's what I did. I just.
The
I didn't know.
aggressor wins. You set the DC. Well, no. So yeah, the defender.
No.
She's defending.
Yeah. The defender matches or succeeds by
Yeah.
one. Yeah.
So she matched it,
Yeah.
which is a success.
Yes. I'd love
And-
a win, but I'm not going to win by that. So
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, and you guys watch, and just one of the most impressive feats of strength you've seen. Lee reaches up, not willing to let go of the tactic, and digs these razor sharp nails into your forearm, and then
Rude.
just lifts herself up until she's almost completely vertical. And then when she has the chance, snaps go of the forearm and grabs onto Kenna's head, and then twists like an alligator would.
Oh.
And death rolls both her and Kenna in the air, and slams them both into the ground.
So we're both prone.
Yes, and for the showiness, she's going to take damage, and you're going to take damage. So she's going to take your increment, you're going to take hers.
Rude. Fucking nails. Who uses nails in a wrestle?
she wins that bout.
It's not like she was clawing at your eyes or your face.
No, that's true. Yeah. So 40 to 30.
Yep.
All right. So for both prone, I want to. Is she prone forward or prone on her back?
On her back.
I want to try and slide her into an arm bar.
Okay. Go for it. Oh, that first
Don't
one's
say
a
it.
1. Okay, the second one's better. Not a 1. Anything is better than that.
Okay. All right. Bad at math. 23.
Oh, all right. You'll win. 19.
Jeez. Wow.
Quickly slide on the ground, moving over. Sort of reposition yourself, grabbing onto the arm, throwing the legs over, crossing the ankles, and begin pulling. She's going to take another 5. At a third health. She does not
You're
like
at
being in
115,
this position.
No, the arm bar is worse than the chokehold, to be honest.
Yeah, so she doesn't like this one. Definitely going to try to get out of this. No, does not get out of it. I rolled a 3 and a 10. She is once more caught up in a position where it is not a simple matter of breaking out.
I'm going to apply pressure.
Okay, so you're just going to keep it?
Yeah.
All right. So you begin to bend, the arm bending with you. You can all hear the gritting and the groan from Lee as she tries to break herself free.
Do I need to roll again for that?
Yes. Yeah, now there's
Yep.
another roll.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm attempting to do 5 more.
Good one. Okay.
Come on. Okay. I don't like that she has a +5. That's fucking rude. I have an 18 total.
All right. She got a 23.
Yeah.
And this time, again, you're bending the arm and trying to just keep her locked in place. But just in the moments where it matters most, there's just this bestial growl that lets out through her teeth, and she lifts you up with a single arm and just slams Kenna into the ground.
So she broke free.
Yeah, and she manages
I let go.
with that, roll over onto you, and not missing a beat, grabs your leg as she does and bends it down into your chest.
Yep.
Oh.
So she's got me grappled, or is that just her breaking free?
That was breaking free. We're gonna do
Okay.
contested roll.
Okay. What I'm trying to do, since it's going to be contested for who holds this grapple, is when she pulls the one leg over, I'm going to try and take my other leg and wrap it around her neck.
Okay, all right.
Since she's already put herself halfway there.
Yeah, I see it.
Come on,
You know what?
motherfucker.
You know what? Take advantage for the roll. That's a good read. Go for it.
Okay. Come on, motherfucker. Take my other dice that loves me. I get both. Natural 20.
Nice. All right.
It was an 18 and a 20.
You get the reversal.
Oh my god.
What looks like a really clean counter, you just see a perfect opening and you take it and you get it. You snap the leg down and around and manage to twist and switch the leverage. You've now got her locked.
Did that do 5, or did I just have
Yeah, no, it did
hold?
5.
Oh, okay. So I'm on my back, kind of bent forward towards me, but I've got the neck and the leg. I'm actually going to try to roll this over so that I keep her neck grabbed by the thighs, but that I can put downward pressure with like rolling her onto her back.
Mm-hmm.
And just like overextending her head a little bit.
All right.
It's like a sleeper hold, but with thighs.
Yeah. For the record, below a quarter.
Okay, time to roll.
Getting close.
Oh my god. How's the crowd at this moment?
People are just buzzing. The White Cross Company are like, you have Wrecker now, who is like on the ground like this, staring at Lee, like, come on, Lee! Come on!
Roll.
It's getting in there.
Oh no, that is not good.
That's good.
17 total. I rolled a 12.
Okay. 22.
Oh, they also rolled a 12. That's funny.
Yeah. Essentially what happens is there is just a twist and a roll that occurs where her arm manages to snake up between your thigh and her neck, and she kind of jabs the elbow up and over and bends down. And what she was originally trying to do, she now flips it into grabbing onto the leg and more or less twisting and then bending it back towards you.
Yeah. Do I take 10 for that, or she just has the grapple?
She has the grapple now.
Okay.
Now you have to make the contested roll.
And if I
Oh,
lose,
rather
I take
you
the
have
10.
to you have to beat a 20.
Yep. And then if I don't, that's when I take the 10.
Yes.
Okay.
The rules are kind of
Beat a
making
20.
sense now.
Beat a 22. I mean, it's a little wishy-washy, but I don't care. This is fun.
Doable.
Roll cool.
This is great fun.
I'll take 10 whenever you tell me to take 10, basically.
Yep.
All right, rolling. That did not beat a 22. That was another 17. Another 12.
Yeah. You do not. So she applies pressure, and it hurts. You take 10 points.
All right, I'm down to 20.
You're healthier than she is currently.
Oh, that's right. You healed.
Come on,
Jeez.
Kenna.
I did. I second winded.
Yep.
Yeah,
All right.
I'd be out way biased now. Actually, no. If I hadn't healed, I'd be at 5.
Another a contested check now.
Contested check.
Yep.
I'd like a ruling die.
Dirty 20.
Yes, music.
Nice. The healing word needs only verbal. Can the verbal component
Be cheering?
words of encouragement, like cheering or something? Yeah.
Just because it's only verbal does not mean that magic is invisible.
Don't cheat, nerd.
Yeah. Okay, fair. Don't cheat! She's cheated twice!
Once? What do you mean twice?
Man, that's a barbarian.
The heal and the bardic inspiration.
Well, so the inspiration points I will never count as cheating. It's literally Kenna going and finding her second win.
It's also not healing. It's all my hit dice.
Sure.
Oh yeah, it is, isn't it? Okay, yeah.
It's hit dice. It's not healing. But
All
right. So do I?
It's a match. It's a match.
Wait, 30-20 match?
Yeah. So you both are sort of locked in this position.
Well, I would, because I was defending from that.
Yep.
So, all right.
True. Never mind. No, then you'll succeed. Never mind.
I just don't take damage.
Yep.
Yeah. Shit. All right, we're rolling again.
Yep.
Um.
All right. Dodging a lot of ones here. This is nice. Not for Kenna, but.
Come on, Kenna, dig deep.
I already did. I have no more inspiration points. If only I didn't use the burning hands earlier. There we go. Another 30-20. Another 15.
She rolled slightly higher than average this time, so has a 26.
All right. She's in charge again.
Yeah. Is going to twist the leg using the same directional momentum to get underneath you, grab you from the waist, and as previously mentioned earlier, from what she's done to some of the rot fiends, and is going to pile drive just straight into the side of the road.
Well, don't we have to roll again for damage because I had broken free?
Yes. But that's what she's going to do. So we're going to see if you can't snap free before she tries.
Yeah. Yeah, some kind of like reverse flip.
Yep.
While she lifts me in the air. Oh god, here we go. Hey.
Oh, is that a good shake or a bad shake?
22.
Did he roll a 20 or something?
I rolled a
probably
19.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So a 29.
Oh!
Yeah, I rolled a 17. So
Kenna, you get slammed into the road.
yep, take 10.
Yep, take that.
Yep.
Oh, this could
now
be it.
that
This could
now
be
that
it.
I'm
This
now that
could
I'm
be it.
being held and my back is on the ground, I'm actually gonna try to do the where I wrap my other leg around her ribs, and I'm gonna try and crush her ribs
Okay.
from underneath.
Yeah. Beatable.
Don't you let me down, you son of a. 24.
Wow. You succeed by 1.
Yeah.
This is so intense.
Oh my god!
This is
I
so
rolled
intense.
a
man.
13 and a
So
12.
many ones!
Yeah, my
Rolled-
dice have been rolling perfectly average.
I'm rolled 19.
They want to make this cinematic.
They do.
I'm actually I'm gonna try and shift the weight off of the leg she's holding, but
Mhm.
continue to try and go for the ribs,
Okay.
like kind of knocking the wind out.
All right.
Oh god, okay.
No pressure.
Natural 20.
6. Oh. So 16.
Sugar, honey, iced tea.
Never wanted natural 20s ever in my life until now. Okay.
all for a street wrestling match in the middle of winter. Saving the
like
world?
important.
Nah.
This is important to Kenna. Everything else is just killing things she's used to. This is important.
I'd just like to say that Lars, by this point, has like actually got up and actually walked over to the ringside. Is now actually joining in with actually shouting. He wasn't before, but now he is.
Now
He
he's
knows
heavily
this is good.
invested.
Yeah.
Kenna!
Ivar's walked over with him and he's preparing to heal both of them because they are beating each other up.
Was that 5 for her?
Yep.
God, what is she at? I'm at 10. I take 1 hit and I'm down.
Do you really want to know?
Kinda.
10.
Oh god damn it. Come the fuck.
Oh, you need 2 more.
It's a 2 to 1. I told you it's gonna be a 2 to 1. All right. I am going to try to shift where my back is on the ground and actually continue to squeeze.
Okay.
But while squeezing, try to slam her down, like
All right.
with my legs, so that we're both technically on the ground.
She's trying to break free.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
No, don't say things like that. Come on.
Yeah, sorry, it's actually very good.
Oh, that's probably like a 20 or 27.
I only have one other trick up my sleeve that's not considered cheating.
Oh.
What do you mean? No subtle spell tucked in there?
No, it's a D100.
Ah.
Oh my god. Burn the D100 for that. Wait, no, you used it. The prayer. Last session.
For Nikolai. Fair point, actually.
It is, yeah. We haven't had a long rest yet. Yeah.
You're right.
All right. Well, I was like, yeah. Yeah, I forgot about the Nikolai bit.
Mhm.
All right, rolled.
Yeah, I did. What's
That's
your
a
What's your number?
19 for 24.
Ooh, wow, that was really good. Does not beat her 28, however.
God bless.
She does manage to snap free before you get the slam.
Damn.
And she rolls away and disengages, putting 5 feet between you two again.
'Cause every time I shift weight, she gets out.
Mm-hmm.
Absurd.
It's actually, like, again, super thematic.
Yeah. Okay. So there's no grapple right now. So now
No
we have to
grapple.
contest. We have
Yep.
to contest for a person in charge.
Yep.
All right. I'm going to try. I'm going to try and keep going for those ribs.
Oh no!
Yep.
No, you fucking did not crit just now. No, you did not. Oh no. That doesn't matter. It's not damage yet.
It's not damage yet.
How drastic is the lose though?
I already.
Yeah.
I
matters.
got another 19.
Oh, nice. So
For
24.
a 20. Yep.
Not bad. Not bad.
So yeah, could have been way worse. You guys charge and meet in the middle once again, but this time being prepared for the inevitable match. Slips past low underneath one arm, the right arm wrapping around Kenna's chest, and then the other arm coming down and around over the shoulder and down below, and then locking the arms together. And is going to attempt to just pull you back and flip you over her.
Yeah. For this bit, how I'm trying to break free, because she has that, is I'm gonna try and actually knock my feet out from under me so that my weight falls to snap her arms,
Okay, it's a good idea.
like to do like shoulder and elbow damage.
Yeah, again, take advantage with it. That's a good plan.
Okay. Come on.
All right, beatable.
This could be it.
So for the advantage, so I rolled a 15 and an 18, so the 18 plus 5 is gonna be a 23.
Kidding me? I rolled a 22.
Yes! Come the fuck
Oh my
on!
god!
Come on!
That's like the sixth one!
Come on.
Sixth
So
one
Kenna,
lower.
you
Jesus.
kick your feet out and you drop your weight. She goes about halfway down before releasing the grapple, seeing what's coming. And you guys have freed yourself once again.
I'm gonna try and just straight rib spear.
Okay.
Old school.
Yep.
Just knock down.
Yep. Scramble away a couple of feet, sprint around, and just leap. Yeah, go for it.
Oh god.
Okay, the first one's a 1.
That is another 18.
Natural?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Total
23.
total of 17.
23.
All right.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
You will
Oh.
you will spear
You're
her.
doing 2 more.
So now I'm in charge.
Yep.
Right? That's how this is okay.
Yep.
So spear down, and I'm gonna try and just thrust my shoulder like into the ribs,
Okay.
like while holding there.
All right.
All right. Come on.
Fair. And nice and average on these d20s.
Just dust and divots in the floor from all this wrestling.
I have 16 for a 21.
She does beat you with a 20.
Damn it. No damage still. Oh, come
she
on.
will snap out. Just literally
Power
throw
control.
you off of her. Getting up to on a knee and then leaping with a classic people's elbow, which is going to come straight down.
Gonna try. Okay. So I'm on the ground.
Yep.
She's like flipped me over, and she's gonna try and people elbow me.
Yep.
I am going to. We're not. This isn't part of the grappling, but I see the elbow coming down, so I'm actually gonna try and raise my knee into her elbow because my
Okay.
knee is gonna be stronger than her elbow.
Yep.
Once again,
That is a 18 for 23.
the Lee is back in Diayact.
So it's a tie. So you will win.
So I have dodged basically.
Yeah. She comes down, the knee is brought up, you catch it just in time, and then you kick the knee out, sending her flying 5 feet where she sort of catches herself, nails digging into the road.
Okay. How is she standing or sitting right now?
Both feet are planted, but one is partially kneeling. She has a hand she's one hand she's resting on in front of her, so in a low crouch.
Okay. I want to try and I want to basically try and sweep the leg that is not kneeling out to like cause a split for her to do the splits and fall sideways, so I can gain control of the whole leg.
Okay. Yeah.
19 for 5 plus 5, whatever that is, 24.
Wow. Close. 25. She sees you coming in and going low, and just when the leg sweeps out, she does something very unexpected, which is she kicks her legs out from behind her and goes into a complete plank and falls and grabs onto the leg and rolls and twists and brings you to the ground.
All right, so we're gonna roll for in charge.
This could be it. This could be it.
First
Oh,
one's a
no
1.
damage yet. There's no damage yet. This is just gaining control, and I rolled a.
It's beatable.
19. I rolled a 19 total.
19 total?
Yeah.
Jesus.
20 total.
Christ.
Oh my god. Yeah, I rolled a 14.
Yep. So she will swivel and pull the leg off to the side and towards your chest, taking a heel and grinding it into your abdomen.
Yeah. So I have to break free.
Yep.
If I don't break free, I take damage and I'm out.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Again, the number is beatable.
I gotta beat a 20.
This dice really. All right. Yeah. Very easy to do. Come on. You've been averaging incredibly high.
Natural 20.
All right.
That's a 25.
Yeah. You snap out.
I want to.
Oh,
Have I done
God.
5 damage since she took? Since she's been at 10, or we just stalemated at 10?
You're stalemated at 10.
God damn it!
It's funny. This session was supposed to be over like 15 minutes ago, but we
I
literally
know
can't
it
end
was.
this.
Look, this is her fault. She should just surrender.
No.
All right, I'm rolling.
Yep.
Sit
That
your shit into a
is-
barbarian. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I know how barbarians work. Okay, that is a. I'm always bad. I rolled an 18 for 23.
22.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Kenna's now in control.
Yes. I try to just
Two
go for the
more.
ribs.
Got
Yeah.
it.
I try to just basically shoulder check the rib.
And shoulder check it, you do. It throws her off balance, and you have an opening there.
17 plus 5 for a 22.
First one's a
Give me
6.
Give me 5 damage. Give me 5 damage.
Second one was a 16.
Oh, you fucking kidding.
You come in and try to just get any form of advantage over her, and she clamps down onto you. So she's kind of hunched over your back now, just gripped onto either side, and you're both just sort of in this stalemate.
One-on-one roll.
And it's just gonna like
That was
Kenna's like
another
breathing
battle
heavily.
for control.
Kenna's like breathing heavily, like she's still going for it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what she asked.
What was the
Yeah.
question?
You still going for it? It's just mid wrestling talk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never stopped.
You are very formidable, and I roll.
She's got a grin like a shark, by the way.
I got a 19 for 24.
Natural 18 for 28.
No. So she's in control now.
Yep.
No, wait.
Yeah.
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 Oh yeah, because I won by 1.
Yeah.
No,
She
sorry.
broke
She
out,
won.
yep.
She broke out by 1.
Yeah.
And then got me again. Oh
Mhm.
god damn it. Okay. So now I
Uh,
have to prevent her from doing damage.
yep. And she's going to try to lift you.
I don't know how she's lifting me, but I'm gonna try to do the wrap so she can't throw me. Trying to hold on. So she can't release. Or I at least bring her down with me.
Maybe.
A draw? No way.
Twenty
Actually,
22.
hmm.
That's a really good number. But it does not beat her 27.
Oh no.
Okay. Yeah. 17 for the 5, so 22.
Mm-hmm. So
Okay, that's
she just grabs you. She shifts her weight very suddenly, sliding down. So she grabs her arms and wraps them around your neck, and then she leaps, and with her legs kicks your feet out from underneath you and drives your head into the side of the road. If I recall correctly, because I'm not a wrestling fan, but I had a friend that was a huge one. I believe this is what you would call a DDT.
I think so. Yeah. If that's what you want it to be, then yes.
Yeah, that's what I was imagining in my head.
Mm-hmm.
For 10 points of damage.
She quickly gets knocked out before coming back to consciousness on the ground.
And in that moment of stillness, where Lee notices Kenna is no longer resisting, she lets go and then rolls onto her back on the side of the road, breathing very heavily. And there's just a long moment where everyone's just like, is it over? And then everyone begins like clapping and cheering, and then the sergeant just goes, and they go, sweet.
Drawing all the attention in the forest.
Yeah, exactly.
Damn, that was so close.
It was very, very close. Honestly,
That was
by the numbers, that shouldn't have been anywhere near competitive, but it was very close.
Oh man.
Again, she had 10 hit points left.
the dice wanted to make it cinematic.
They did. They really, really did.
And also, Hargy's dice were rolling above 17
Like,
so
on
often
fire.
Batman broke
Yeah.
statistics.
But actually, no, I don't think I've
rolled.
ever rolled that many natural 20s.
The worst you rolled in total was a 16, I believe.
14.
Oh, there you go.
Which, again, when you think about the numbers difference, when all Lee had to do was roll an average of a 6 or a 7 or an 8 to be like mildly competitive with an average dice roll from Kenna, like, it shouldn't have been this close. It really shouldn't have been. But it was. Great.
The underdog.
Wow. Yep.
Yeah, I think without faffing about too much, we're going to actually just kind of, as the two giantess are passed out in the road, everyone onlooking, silently cheering, Racker working out who, how much gold goes to who. We're just going to end the session there, because I still feel like there's stuff to do for this night before people go to sleep. So we're going to pick it up next week from there. Although, in advance, because it's going to be a
2
thing.
weeks. Right?
Well, yes, but I do want those of you that still have fate dice left for the day to roll D100.
Oh.
I
don't because I asked for Nikolai to come back, so I don't have my fate dice.
Was that? I thought that was just like everyone gets
Wow.
to roll 100. I didn't realize.
Well, so
what used your.
So
Yeah.
there were
I-
instances that happened during that that were just D100 rolls that weren't fate dice rolls. For the record, I'm going to start saying fate dice when I mean the once a day
Yes.
dice.
Yep.
And D100
I
when it's
thought
just
that
dice.
was like.
Yeah.
a
Yeah,
guy-
Lars, you
I'm
still have
pretty-
yours.
Yeah.
Okay.
you were
Like,
just
Yeah,
rolling
I,
Yeah,
I
Kenna
specifically
definitely spent
used mine.
Her-
Yeah. I specifically used it to get her the Mustine's attention.
Oh.
63 for me.
Yeah, I rolled.
Music. Should I roll my fate die? Because I initially wasn't going to, but I'm not sure. I'm gonna leave that to you. Should I roll my
What?
fate die?
No matter what you have to, it's whether or
I
not
know, but,
if
like,
you want to have enough.
Yeah, I know.
Are you saving it to talk to Papa Weiss, or
No.
because you might as well just expend it if
My
you're
intention
not?
is one-sided, so I probably won't. I'm kind of doing it because I'm getting in
Yeah,
a
go
bad
ahead.
luck streak, and I want to see if anything good comes out of this. But
I got 42.
By the way, I don't know why it said to GM, but I got a 54. So
Everyone's rolled perfectly
a very
middling.
average start.
I guess I'll roll it, and I hope I don't die.
Oh Oh my god.
I'm scared because my luck has been quite atrocious with these things recently.
You're telling me.
It's
Hey, don't
average,
you-
so nothing.
What was it?
64. 64.
Oh,
Owl?
That's
I
kind
got
of
a couple.
relieving. I would have liked a little luck though.
Yeah. What's your
Go
question?
ahead, Al.
Among like all the supplies that the camp has, do they have any like tool maintenance supplies, anything like that?
I mean, you can ask amongst the White Crosses. They might have some stuff they can lend out.
Okay, we'll save that for later.
Yeah, we'll just handle. Like I said, we'll handle the little things next week. Although if it's a matter of like trying to find something, you can just message me directly, and I can clarify that way. We just sort of know in preparation for the following.
Okay.
Some in-character conversations, maybe.
Yeah, and then figuring out how much money to. I mean, for the record, for those of you that lost, just subtract your 10 gold. If you bet on Kevin.
Yep.
Otherwise, for those of you that bet on Lee, I will be PMing you how much money you made. Otherwise,
okay, so keep the 10 and then we'll add whatever we get
yeah,
on top of it.
I'll send you the difference. Otherwise, that's it. I didn't expect the session to end in such a way, but that was actually a lot of fun. And wow.
Was that an hour? Dang.
Yeah.
That was an hour.
But we
Yeah.
be finished, yo. We well over time.
Alright.
It don't matter.
But that's it.
Yeah.
So thanks for watching. I really hope you enjoyed that. Next game is in 2 weeks, roughly. I have to double check the calendar that Owl sent me. But I'm assuming just 2 weeks is always the fair thing to assume. Because I'm going to start putting all the dates in my calendar based off of the fact I now have set times. Otherwise, we'll see you then. And until it changes otherwise, make good choices and stay frosty. Everyone have a good day.
For me.
Don't wrestle.